So, welcome players to Cozy Days, Warm Nights, a softer chapter in our Solstice story. Tonight marks a different kind of session. Not a trial, not a battle, but a breath. After months of spellcraft, strange encounters, and emotional turbulence, Solstice gives you a rare moment of warmth, a stretch of time meant for gentle mornings, shared meals, late night conversations, and the kind of peace you only notice when the world finally slows down. This chapter isn't about proving yourselves, it's about being yourselves, resting, reconnecting, and letting small moments matter. So, as winter settles around solstice and lantern light fills the halls, consider this your invitation to breathe a little deeper. The days will be cozy, the nights will be warm, and in between, perhaps you'll learn something about each other and yourselves. So, Bentley, whenever you're ready, begin with updates from your private text role plays, and we'll drift to everyone else from there.
Okay, he spoke briefly with Vice. Admittedly, he did not. Oh, no. He also spoke a little bit with Professor Duskmore a bit earlier in terms of him needing just to get a certain amount of grades to be eligible for a more long term TA position slash teacher position next semester. But in general, his role plays have been just a little dry, only because the holidays. But yeah, he's just trying to get going with the next thing that he needs to do.
Okay, it's my turn. Fun. Uh, I didn't do much. I met up with Kieran. It was like a last moment meetup. He's obviously graduating very soon because we're towards the end of the school year. And I just asked some real question about vampirism and how he handled it and how any advice he can give to Cain on how to handle it. And it went pretty well. We talked about vassalship and how he got his um, do do and kind of like some of the differences. I learned what clan he is part of. He kept his card a little close to his chest, so I don't know what he's able to do in terms of like power, which is very funny. He was like, a magician should always maintain a few tricks up their sleeve, which I thought was very in brand. But he's not part of the clan that Cain is part of, and obviously not Luca because Luca's like very special, and from what we heard from Ethan. But it was a very needed moment for Cain because it kind of just reinforces some of the things that he's seen with Luca and some of the things that Dr. Lundgren has said. And he's also given some people to talk to now that Kieran is gone.
I did not do much in my role plays, but I was texting Lice. Um, I learned that their primary is dark magic, and they were kind of telling Misty that dark magic is not meant for her. Basically, she should probably reconsider her secondary. Um, that's something that she's gonna have to look into. Um, she is also going to church in the morning because Lice invited her, so that's an update. Um, she was also messaging Riven and like saying that he technically still owes her like a date because like they haven't like made things official yet because that was the plan. Um, but he believed that the plan worked in his mind, and he doesn't want to further explain the other part of the deal we made to her. Um, so he kind of just leaves her on scene. So we'll see how that goes because I'm gonna see him in like the next couple of hours. We'll decide if I beat his ass then. Uh, and yeah, that was it.
Please don't beat his ass.
I
Yeah,
don't
leave
think
him
he
alone.
does.
He keeps walking around with like 1 HP. Like, just Don't do that.
Uh, I also didn't do much. Um, Probably did less than everybody here. So, Roman had mentioned, Roman had gotten to me first before the email went out because he like is Ethan's TA. So he warned me like, "Hey, there's an email coming in. You're not gonna like it." And I was like, "Oh, that kind of sucks. I hope it's not as bad as what Ethan said during lunch." And he was like, "It's exactly that." So I was like, "Awesome." Um, and so I read the email and I kind of vented to Roman about how I felt, and I was like, "Yeah, I miss us hanging out. School has been stressful." So he's like, "Hey, you know what? Let's meet up tomorrow then. Let's do something." So I said, "Okay, well, I have a free afternoon after I go hang out with the enchantment and charms people to do some homework. So I guess we'll meet up there." And so our plan is to just go hang out at the I forgot the whatever stupid restaurant Ethan owns or whatever. I forgot that place's name, but we're gonna go hang out there. We're gonna have some lunch.
So a date.
Lunch.
Stein's clutching his pearls.
Lunch date.
Stein is so happy right now.
We're getting lunch.
Speaking of happiness, Cain, could you provide me with a 1d6 to determine what panic has taken from you today?
Oh my god.
My favorite part of the day.
Alright, goodbye, charisma.
I feel like this is the second time this
I
has
mean,
happened.
are you gonna need charisma really?
What do I know, man?
You gotta riz up God or something.
I might.
Alright, so we're gonna get started with Awakening, which I believe is this slide. Bentley, could you please read the yearbook caption for us?
Oh, look at the little bubbly letters. Cozy days, warm nights, when the night finally gave up and let the sun breathe.
Morning comes quietly to Solstice, not with urgency, but with softness. Pale sunlight diffuses through enchanted windows, cool air drifting through dorm corridors with the scent of bread, honey tea, and the faint echo of last night's dream. Bentley begins their morning tracking down Noel so the two of them could finish the lingering incident report from last night. As you all remember, um, Lice and Riven were both harmed in their own sleepiness. The paperwork is tedious, but the mood between them is steady and familiar. A shared responsibility they've grown used to. Pages shuffle, pens gleam, and details piece together with the kind of teamwork that doesn't need fanfare. And by the final page, the weight of the task lifts, replaced by Noel booting up, turning their head with a click towards Cain. I mean, Bentley. Ooh. Bentley, before you leave, I need to inform you of something, he said to Bentley, who was currently suffering with 2 levels of exhaustion.
Please.
Yeah. What's up?
Duskmore spoke with me yesterday. He offered me a teaching position for next year. During that conversation, he stated that a similar offer had been extended to you, a parallel role.
Yeah, that sound about right. Are you excited about your offer?
He said that he intends to divide next year's freshman class between 2 instructors. You would oversee one, I would oversee the other. I would like to spend some time on day 2 of winter break for long term planning, if your schedule permits.
Yeah, I think I got some time for that. I will definitely let you know if that's gonna be like morning, afternoon, evening, because I think that's real important, and I feel like being on the same page is also real important.
So, Bentley, without any bias, Dustmore seems to have extended an offer to both you and Noel. For you, It was on the condition that you complete your final project with a B or higher. How does this development, paired with the fact that you will be working closely with Noel, impact you?
Sorry, Planty's talking shit in the Twitch chat. He just had a very positive experience of Noel helping him with an incident that could have escalated into him burning down half of the campus. So part of him is relieved to know that the freshmen would be split between him and Noel. Um, he feels very positively about it. He also knows Noel's not a very irrational or emotionally driven guy, so he doesn't feel like there's gonna be any sort of like competition or weird feelings about it being split, opposed to him just being offered the instruction position on his own. So it's a good sensation. He's coming in confident. He thinks that Noel wants to talk like curriculum or something on the second day of winter break.
Meanwhile, Cain returns to his room, and once alone, he sits on the edge of bed, letting the stillness settle around him. No tasks, no pressure, just a quiet space to breathe, sort through thoughts, and feel the edges of the day that promises gentleness rather than demand. For a moment, maybe longer than a moment, Cain simply exists, and it feels safe. As he's making his way through his morning routine, he checks his phone to see that he has received a few text messages from his sister, Lily. So, Cain, you've been in contact with your family for quite some time now, in search of answers. Could you share with everyone what exactly you've been trying to uncover and why?
Um, Cain has hit up the family, all like seven other kids, because he, in this kind of change from schoolwork to relationships and being accountable for his own actions, Roman plays a big part in that. And what Roman said on that day in the library for Common Courtesies plays a big part in that because he wasn't aware that something happened between them. He wasn't aware that if it was him or someone from the family. And so to kind of atone and um, be able to be accountable, he's been going to his family looking for answers. He spoke to his oldest brother, Gabriel, who was remembered very fond times of Roman and said he was going to look into it and ask people around. He did mention something about like some problems are not yours to fix or something like that. I remember. Yeah. For what it's worth, this wasn't on you. People remember pain differently, and to just be kind to Roman, which he hasn't had this opportunity to do because Roman kind of keeps a distance from Cain, but he takes his work
Mhm.
seriously. Um, he then saw Gabriel like in the family group chat talk a lot to a lot of these siblings and be like mention that he's with one person or with the other, and so he reached back to him and asked Gabriel if he had any updates, and if I remember correctly, he was there was no response to that. So he then went to his second oldest, his sister Lucy, um, and while talking to Lucy, she recalled that Roman and Gabriel were in a club together, and that the person that Roman was around a lot was Gabriel. Um, and so um, he asked Lucy to kind of dig into that because now he assumes that Gabriel's kind of withholding information from him, and he doesn't want that because he really wants to know what's happening, and so I assume that's where these text messages are coming in from. The follow up to that.
It kind of sounds like Gabriel's the one who did the stuff to Roman, and she's just
It
speaking up
kind of
about it.
sounds.
And I'm not to throw shade or not to throw suspicion anywhere, but it kind of sounds like he's the one that's been doing the
I
comeuppance
completely
here.
agree because when he says something like, "Oh, this wasn't on you," it holds different because before it felt like it was like a big brother being there for a little brother.
It's on
Now it's like
him.
I know it wasn't on you.
It
Don't
was
even.
me.
So there's definitely uh different contexts now in the messages that he sent for sure.
which provides the viewers with some context of this message that you receive from Lucy, not Lily. I don't know where I got Lily from.
I think we wrote the wrong name. I think it's Lucy.
Okay,
Let
okay,
me double check that. Let me just go here. Yeah, Lucy.
okay. So you receive a text message from Lucy, a series of text messages, and they read, Cain, the plot thickens. Gabriel's been acting like a cryptid because he wants the past left buried. Roman is his ex. You're welcome for the tea.
Okay.
Roman is his ex.
So now my suspicions have gone from suspicions to just immediate accusations here. It's not even
Okay.
accusations. It's almost like it's him. Like he's guilty in my eyes.
Super guilty. Okay.
Cain,
Yes.
your eldest and most trusted sibling has, for the first time, demonstrated some avoidant tendencies in bringing up the past. You're now aware that something likely occurred between him and Roman that slandered your family name. What pieces do you currently have? What do you assume happened? And what are the next steps for you?
Um, for Cain, I don't think there's any immediate like, oh, this is what happened between them because there's still a lot of question marks. But there's two things that I think connects for him right now is um Cain has always looked up to Gabriel. Gabriel was the only sibling that was around for when he died before Solstice, his first death, and so he definitely has that like almost does view Gabriel as a reliable kind of like a uh, who he wanted to be for everyone, and that kind of embodied through Silas here in Solstice. He really needed that like brotherly, older, reliable figure, um, and so for him to show a tendency of avoidance and to keep things buried, it almost clicks onto why when Cain said to Roman in that heated argument that he didn't know, he doesn't know what's happening. Why won't you just like if it wasn't me, why not drop it or whatever? And it almost similarly demonstrates the same behavior that Gabriel did, where it's like avoidance from the problem. And so there's a he reads this message. He reads that Gabriel is Roman's ex, and he thinks back on that moment in the library and is like, I only made things worse because I demonstrated the same thing. Like if Gabriel's thing is avoidance and it's sweeping things under the rug, I was doing the same thing unknowingly, and it puts a little more context on why Roman got even more upset after Cain tried to kind of like plea his case in his own way, um, and just gives that context to why Roman might be more why Roman might be more valid in his reaction than Cain first might have thought. And so I think to answer the question for the next action, I think Cain absolutely responds to Lucy like, "Thank you so much, Lucy. Um, if you can try give me some more details, but this is really good, and this can help me move forward." And he sends a text, and he thinks on how he can maybe create a space for Roman to hear Roman's side of things because now that he knows a pretty decidable culprit to things, there might be more opportunities for him to actually atone and admit to family faults with Roman rather than demonstrate the same behavior that Roman is used to.
Hey, you gotta block him. You know that, right? Kick him out of the family group chat.
uh, and yeah, he's definitely gonna wait to see if there's more information from Lucy later on because there is that to like Bentley's point, there is that kind of anger towards Gabriel because what could have been a really good friend and some a sense of normalcy in Solstice was lost because of whatever he did.
It sounds like Cain has a lot of things to juggle, almost as many things as Misty. Misty awakes tangled in sheets that smell unmistakably of lice, vanilla, and bergamot. Ba's room is dim, as always, lit by the faint crack of sunlight cascading over his bed. Ba himself, of course, was nowhere to be found. He made it clear that he usually wanders in sometime in the afternoon, exhausted, sore, half feral, and desperately in need of sleep. But that does not quite align with Misty's schedule. Bite Club may be on break, but the Honey and Venom trial isn't. If she wants to progress, she needs a target. Someone tempted. Some strategy. Someone who would sting if she failed. So, Misty, now that some time has passed and you've had time to get to know a few new people, is there anyone on your mind to test for the Honey and Venom trial?
Um, it's probably uh, it's probably gonna be Riven. Probably.
I'm alone.
Probably gonna be Riven. I ain't gonna
Okay,
lie. I'm gonna
Good
approach
answer.
that
Good
boy
answer.
and grab him by the
no,
neck.
no, please, man.
I have to.
Leave him alone. He's been through enough.
I don't care.
He's been to the hospital every day since he's gotten here.
That what you did was not nice.
Leave him alone.
Misty
Hashtag so driven.
Misty rolled over and glanced at her phone, only to see that she was quite popular. She had messages from almost everyone she knew. There was Ba to the Bite Club chat. Hey guys, I got a target. Day 2, morning of winter break. We're gonna link up. Marcy made a reappearance. Girl, answer me honestly. Who is your winter ball date? If you say Luca, I'm pulling up to fight. And finally, Cambria. Hey, pretty girl. Crusade of Halls is this evening. Please be there. So, Misty, you're everyone's favorite girl. Yet half your allies are one secret away from a meltdown. How does that chaos feel in your spirit?
What do you mean? I mean, I know Ball's gonna tweak. I feel like I should use the talisman that I have right now to change the room and then dip, and then just buy another one from my own room. So to avoid that, Marcy, there's no way I'm going with Luca because he would reject me. He would say no. Um, and obviously I'm gonna be there for Cambria. I should have bought flowers. I don't think it's too late to buy flowers. I think I'm gonna buy flowers.
You'll need to express order them.
I
So, it
may
would
have.
be the cost of the flowers plus the $10. And I think I've added flowers in there before. Huh? Yeah. So for cheap flowers, it's $8. Oh, it's $8 for expensive flowers. It's 40, and for luxury flowers, it's 100. Add 10 to whatever you purchase, and let me know if you do.
All right.
Mhm. Mhm. If I'm Cha Cha's target and this whole thing was a sham and Titan's dumbass fell for her and got us into this mess, he's 100% going to someone else's body. Evicted as fuck. I promise you, Titan's the type where he would find out and still love that girl.
Can't do this, man. Just
Oh.
serve somebody else.
Titan's very strong, but he's kind of a simp, man.
Mm.
He's kind of.
Can't take it anymore.
He has so much love to give.
Has so much love to give.
Give it to somebody else.
Mm.
Spread it out. You know, love it. Love everyone.
Mm. So,
Trying to be Polly.
No, I'm gonna just kick Titan out.
be Polly with Cha Cha and Roman.
We'll see what happens at lunch.
All right, so Misty, you're gonna go ahead and buy the flowers,
Uh, yes.
the cheap ones.
The cheap ones.
Okay,
Have them expressed.
gotcha. And so Tim,
Mm-hmm.
Tim wakes up, of course, in Cha Cha's bed, in his own body, with Cha Cha curled up against him. They were both completely bare beneath the sheets, and she continued to deeply sleep, more exhausted than he's ever seen her. Pregnancy takes its toll. So does the emotional labor she's been pouring into ensuring their lives, their futures, and their bond remains intact. As Tim looked around the room, he could see that Titan has already packed everything except the sheets that warm them and clothes for today. In the next few days, Tim would be packing his own room to move into a more permanent arrangement with Cha Cha. Titan clearly had no boundaries when it comes to what he would do for Cha Cha, and as a result, she has no reason to believe that neither Tim nor Stein have any issue with the direction everything is going. How does this predicament impact Tim?
Tim firstly regrets giving Titan the night. Uh, he realizes that was a bit of an overstep to his great plan, as well as much as he doesn't hate the relationship, but he feels like that he should be a part of it. He kind of just feels like he's just this guy that's like he's like Chacha's like little servant guy. He doesn't really have much control over the decisions being made, and he wants to hopefully take a step up there. But he needs to face Chacha directly and not just let her do whatever she wants and give Titan the ring.
As Tim readied himself for the day, Cha Cha began to stir. Her muffled voice chimed weakly as she scooted into the warm spot he left for her. Mmm, Big Daddy? I'm not getting up today. I'm too tired. I think I'm just going to stay in bed.
Oh, that makes sense. I'm sure the pregnancy isn't just sitting too well with you. So that's fine. At least we got your room packed up pretty much. So I guess target is mine next.
Yeah, thank you for that. Listen, on day one morning, we're moving everything into the family dorm. So try to pack some of your things today, okay?
Will do. I'll take a look around my room, see what the most important stuff is. If I
Mm-hmm.
can't get around to it.
Uh-huh. Oh, and I'm really going to need Titan on day two morning. Make sure he's awake and ready, okay?
Can't do this. Yeah, I'll talk to him to see if he's if he's up for it.
Thank you. She lowers her head back to the pillows, cuddling up in the blankets while allowing you to start your day. So, as we transition out of our morning routines, does any or our awakening, does anyone have anything else they would like to do or prepare for before the day begins?
Yes.
I'm going to church, so I need to make sure I look okay. So, I am going into that horrible bathroom, and I'm going to
That horrible
Horrible
bathroom.
bathroom. I don't know.
horrible
I
bathroom.
mean,
I
you've been
need
going there every
help.
morning for the last like couple weeks. I feel like
Listen, I'm moving out today, so it's my last time in this bathroom. Um, last bit of my products because today is day 5. Um, brushing teeth, brushing body, soap, water. I'm gonna eat and get dressed. Um, I'm going to respond to these text messages too, and that's it.
All right, you can put your responses in your text message chat. Kane, be
Um,
sure to put your response in your text chat too for continued
absolutely.
conversation with
I don't
Lily.
even know how to. I don't even know how I want to fucking approach this guy right now.
I'm also gonna text Nina good morning text real quick, but that's also will text chat.
Nina is also going to say good morning back. It feels good to receive a text from Nina.
Feels real good.
All right. Anyone else? Going once, going twice? All right. Take me to church.
Church time. Damn, a lot of churchgoers here.
Oh, Kane, could you please read the caption for us?
Yes, I can. Bow, bow, bow. Give me 2 secs. Here we go. It wasn't about religion. It was about finally feeling safe.
For the first time, Bentley, Cain, and Misty each found themselves freshening up in the morning, dressed in their Sunday best. None of them had planned for this, yet in their own ways, each had recently learned that the Celestial Observatory had an interfaith, interspecies place of worship that was quiet, hidden, and unexpectedly welcoming. Invitations had come to them differently, whispered through mentors, slipped under doors, or spoken in passing. Recruitment, after all, was a part of any religion. Arriving bright and early, they were struck silent by the pristine beauty of the space. Sunlight poured through the stained glass windows, scattering gold across porcelain floors and delicate celestial carvings. But what stunned them more than the purity of the chapel was the diversity of those gathered there. Professors, students, guests from every realm and lineage. It was impossible to tell who was newly invited and who had worshipped here for years. Yet, as the three stepped inside, they sensed the truth. Everyone present had come seeking the same thing, a moment of peace. So, players, of the individuals gathered here today, who are you most surprised to see in this space and why?
The thing I'm kicking myself about is, of course, Jasper goes here. This is where all the heel girlies are. Everyone else, I feel like it kind of makes sense. There are a few of these NPCs I'm not really familiar with. Like, I know that there is a wellness center individual I've never really spoken with, and I'm pretty sure she also has Dusk in her name. But I'm pretty sure she also I've never really spoken with, and she's responsible for like the Animal Care Club. But everybody else, like the maths, based on what I know about them.
Um, yeah, I think it's a similar vibe for Kane, where it's like some of these people match because he's kind of just talked to these people like Lies, Ren, and Nina, um, someone that he's he doesn't see very often, if at all, is Starfire, and obviously Starfire had that maybe something romantically with Silas, and he kind of thinks back on that key that he got from that night, and is just surprised to see this is a common, at least some sort of common space for uh, Starfire.
Um, she's kind of shocked to see, I guess, seeing Lee is here, cause I mean, to be fair, she don't really talk to him like that, so it's like, oh, shit. Can you say that here?
So, Elowen Starfire stepped forward with the calm radiance of a sunrise caught in motion. She greeted both newcomers and long-time attendees with warmth. Good morning, everyone. For those of you who are new here, I am Eloin Starfire. This is an interfaith place of worship open to all deities, all realms, and all forms of good faith devotion. Here, we gather not to divide belief, but to share space with those seeking guidance, companionship, or simply a moment to breathe. She gestured gracefully to the sunlight stained glass windows and porcelain altars arranged around the circular hall. Individuals typically join us weekly to receive or offer guidance, and you are welcome to visit the Celestial Observatory at any time. Simply book it on your razor, provided no class or service is in session. And with her hands folded, she continued, I won't preach long. Instead, I'll share a message from the ethereal, something for you to hold as you wander the space and perform the rituals meaningful to your cultures and deities. She approached a low, circular table made of star glass. With a gentle touch, the surface shimmered and rippled like moonlit water. Silver threads spiraled and converged, shaking themselves into patterns of memory, choice, and unfolding paths. The message offered to us today is one of rest. You must rest, truly rest. This semester has been heavy for many of you. It's tested your hearts, your relationships, and your sense of self. Reflection is the bridge between difficulty and growth. Without looking back with honesty, you cannot move forward with authenticity. Set down what has weighed upon you, learn from it gently, allow it to shape you into someone closer to who you were meant to become. Then, with a breath that held both reverence and sorrow, she added, and before we end today, I would like to offer a prayer for Silas. The room quieted even further. Wherever he is, may he be safe. May his path, however winding, carry him toward healing, toward clarity, and perhaps, should his journey permit, guide him back to us. She lowered her head slightly. Let the realms watch over you all and him. The star glass dimmed, returning to stillness. Elowen lifted her chin with a serene smile. You may now mingle and speak with one another and practice the rituals that bring you comfort. Carry today's message with you as you do. Quiet footsteps filled the space, and the morning blossomed into hushed conversation and shared serenity. So, players, as all of you hover over varying levels of exhaustion, how does the message of rest and reflection from the service reach your character?
It reaches Bentley very literally. Him and his bed, they've been beefing. They haven't seen each other in a few days, and it's time to practice forgiveness. It's time to get some sleep. It is time to get some sleep.
Cain has been pushing himself pretty hard when it came to the schoolwork, and now he's pushing himself arguably harder to look within and dig deep to truly uh, be better and do better. Uh, so when he hears the sentiment of rest, it definitely rings true because even though vampires don't really necessarily need sleep as long as they have a regular source of income of blood, he doesn't have that, and it is very possible he hasn't seen his room until this morning, for at least a couple days now. So he's gonna try to follow through on this message that was given to him.
Um, Misty so agrees with this. Like, It's like she's doing everything almost right, but sleep. Like she's tired. She's so tired. She wants to go to sleep. So that is why she needs to go to her room. She needs to clean this room, make it her space again so she can have the best sleep of her life.
So, as individuals mingle to perform small rituals, or perhaps simply light chatter, is there anyone in particular you would like to connect with? You may select two.
Two. I don't know. I don't know. Uh, I guess I talk with Ren first because I was invited by Ren.
All right, so Rin is in the process of saying a prayer to a altar like setup. There are kind of a few of these around. This one seems to be kind of in theme with the architecture of the church. It's nice and porcelain, it's very white, vibrant, purity vibes. And as Bentley approaches her, she completes her prayer. She looks over to Bentley and she says, you came.
Yeah, you don't just shrug off an invitation to church. That's like you can't do that.
Hmm. Did you find what you were looking for?
Um, yeah, I mean, I think I will come back. I wasn't really aware we had like a facility, so it's really nice. I think it's just kind of like a positive place and experience to be in. I just kind of gotta figure out. It's really freeform. Like I see that there's a lot of different altars, so I kind of don't know where I'm going there yet, but I can see myself come back.
You are welcome to join us at any time. Know that the more you attend, the stronger your relationship with your respective deity.
Okay, okay. If I don't really have like a deity picked out, should I just talk to people like in the congregation and they'll like help me figure that out, or I should kind of know by the time I come back again?
You can mingle with members of the institution, but you will come to learn a lot of diverse deities through your history course. I'm not quite certain what is correct for someone such as yourself, but I could assure you it is not indulging your vices.
Like metaphorically or like vice the person?
You
Probably both.
Both, right?
you may receive that message, however, you need to in this moment.
Game players thinking about which mass we're going to during the winter break now a little more. I Yeah, that makes sense. I'll try and look into some things. I know history is also coming up for me soon in my next set of classes, so hopefully by next time I come back, I'll have a little more idea of what I'm trying to do here.
I look forward to seeing you again.
Same, same. Thanks for the invite. I think it was really nice coming out and just getting to experience this again.
Maybe next time you can wear that church hat that you so desperately crave in this moment.
Yeah, I really want one. I'm gonna get one ordered. This is ridiculous. I should have had one already.
So, Kane, is there anyone that you would like to speak with?
Yeah, you said two. I already know the two I gotta talk to. Nina's obviously gonna be the first one. So
Hmm.
yeah, gonna show up. He walks to wherever she may be.
So, Nina, unlike Bentley, has a designated church dress. It's pastel, it's light browns and oranges, but primarily a cream color. It is covering, and she smiles at the sight of Cain. She's gonna be like, "Oh my God, you actually came."
Of course I did. Of course. I really want to. Like I said, I want to do better, so I'm here.
Well, what did you think of the service? Is it Professor? Is it Mrs. Elowen just fantastic?
uh, yeah. Actually, she's one of the persons that I don't see very often, so it's nice to um be here. The place is very nice, and she's seems very nice. So yeah, this it was great. It was nice to hear that message because I relate to it very much. Kind of tired.
Yes. Um, Mrs. Duskwin is the professor for divination and prophecy, and Mrs. Starfire is the current professor for spiritual conjuring. So, in the very least, I see Mrs. Duskwin quite often.
Okay, that gives me a little more context. Yeah, I don't see either of them a lot, if at all. So these are some new faces. Um, Even some of the upperclassmen I haven't seen. Um, but yeah, I wanted, I'm here. I I want to. Any you have any tips on how I should start this journey?
Well, you definitely want to have an open heart. Usually, when I come here, I have conversations with people. I ask them how they personally resonate with the message, and given what is said, I try to apply that into my lifestyle moving forward, at least until the next sermon.
Okay, and I assume the sermons are every day 5 morning.
Mhm.
Okay, so now I know where to be every day 5 morning.
Okay.
Um,
Well, you know where I'll be. So, and you're a rich boy, so you got to get yourself some church clothes. All that dark stuff is not gonna fly here.
yeah, I haven't had money in a while, but once I do, I'll keep that in mind for sure. Um, I'll be sure to send you pictures so you can help me choose.
Okay. I look forward to seeing what you pick out. Maybe you could get a church hat like Bentley.
A what?
A church hat.
Uh, he hears Bentley kind of go crazy. He's like, I'm very unknowledgeable of this stuff, so I don't know what a church hat looks like, but I will ask Bentley.
I think next week we should all wear church hats. It'd be really fun.
Okay, sounds like a plan. And as he's like conversing with her and getting ready to like mingle with a quote unquote second person, he's actually looking up what a church hat looks like.
Mhm.
And as well at the same time, how what church clothes look like, and if there's a way to canify it.
All right, Misty. Who is the first person that you would like to talk to?
Yes. Um, the first person I'm going to talk to is obviously it's going to be Lice.
What?
Yes.
Hmm. So, lice, being as extra as we know them to be, or farming, is standing at the backmost row of the church, not sitting in one of the chairs, but leaning against it while twirling a pocket watch. And as you start to approach them, it's almost as if they've expected you to do it the whole time.
Dude is aura farming right now. Um, uh, God. So, Misty's going to say, "Good morning." So,
You don't want to talk to him about last night?
No, no, don't distract
That'd
me.
be
Hold on.
that'd be a good like icebreaker.
So sorry. Okay, so Missy's gonna ask. So, what do you normally do here? Did you say your prayer already?
They say I usually get my prayers in before the masses arrive. What, are you surprised that I didn't burn up as soon as we entered?
I mean, that'd be that'd be nerve wracking if that actually did happen. Good to see that you're fine. You look kind of tired.
Well, someone did keep me up all night. You know, with projects and whatnot.
I don't know what you're talking about, but you did tell me that there was something meant for me here. So was it the sermon that I just heard? You're telling me to sleep more.
Well, I don't choose the sermons. That's a message that Starfire, I assume, pulled through her own acts of divination. Do you feel as if the message resonated with you? And Lice like slowly sizes Misty up and down. Misty, who currently has level 1 exhaustion, recovering from having level 2 exhaustion yesterday.
And gonna get level 2 exhaustion tonight. Just, disgusting. What? I'm so thirsty. Hey, yo, this is really bad. Now that I think about it, like, oh my god.
If you get too tired, you could just ask Lice to hold you.
No.
I need to put a petition. You gotta change the emoji. I think we need to jump the gun there.
Wow, like I'm actually like really embarrassed because like, you know, you did unspeakable things, right? Now you expect me.
Okay, I'm done.
And it's just so I feel so dirty. I feel so
Oh,
dirty. And the way they looking at me, listen, no. Um, wow. And best believe I'm not sleeping tonight. Like I heard this sermon and I'm not sleeping tonight. Just disrespecting everything. Okay, I'm sorry. What were they saying to me? Did the sermon reach me?
Yes, they were asking if the sermon reached you.
Um, yeah. The sermon did it did something. Um, I am going back to my room tonight. Um, and like making that space mine again so I can try to actually get some rest because I haven't been sleeping pretty well the past few days.
I mean, I hear you. Your living conditions have been interesting.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best. I'm not gonna lie. I could do better. So that's exactly what I'm doing tonight.
Oh, so you'll be in your room tonight.
Stop.
Button. Get $1 every time we press it.
oh.
I mean, well, after I'm done meeting my um, what do I call him?
Prometheus.
Prometheus? After I
Prometheus.
meet my Prometheus. Yeah. Then after that, I'll go to sleep.
Yeah, I hear you. I know with finals and everything going on right now, we're all a little bit crunched for time. So as long as you get some rest, because I know that, well, tomorrow you have a busy night.
I'm not gonna do it. I could, but I'm
I
not
was
gonna do
waiting
it.
for it. I was waiting for it.
I'm not gonna do it. I could, but I'm not gonna do it.
Ew. Like, aren't we? I can't believe this right now. I'm
Y'all are
so
flirting in a church.
thirsty. I don't know what you're talking about.
God's looking at you guys right now. Like, oh man,
Oh man.
God's rooting for you.
in
I
my
came
house,
here to get closer to myself and also to get closer to the relationships that I like to have.
getting
So,
real
Lies.
close.
Yeah, real close.
so I'm taking the right steps, I think. So, um, yeah.
It's okay. Misty's loading right now.
I'm so sorry.
Unlocking.
Please, please. Mm, I, mm, I'm done.
I'm done. No more.
So Misty, would you say that Misty's having a hard time talking to Lice right now, knowing what Lice did to her, and the fact that they're currently standing fully clothed in the church like that didn't happen?
It's it's pretending that like I know apparently the roles were too good. I'm going based off the roles. So that was the best time of her life.
Man.
And now she's in this church and she's staring at this person and then she like remembers Marcy's text message like who you go to the ball with and she's looking at Lice. She's looking at Lice.
Life looking at her.
Stop, bro.
Well, what I'm hearing is Misty is currently standing here having some feelings, some strong feelings that she's trying to like control and shove deep, deep down in her sense of self.
Oh, that's where we're going.
Hmm.
I'm worried. Should I be worried?
Misty to life.
Thank you for saving
I
me.
think
I was so
you like
thirsty.
think about them. They're all like leaned up in this church, basically on one of the pews. They have like this porcelain gold tinted light hitting their like perfectly dyed hair.
Alright, there goes Diana.
They're like
We lost Diana now.
I just
glowing with your body oil.
that is true. That is true. Lice did not unfortunately make it to a bathroom between the
So you mean to tell me they're wearing this vest and they're glistening and
and they still smell like you.
it smells. It
I shouldn't
smells
have
like
came
your
here.
property.
I shouldn't have came here.
They're repping you in a way that is culturally appropriate.
Okay, I needed to understand Misty's headspace to understand her vibe right now.
She's
Um
feeling some type of way.
so she's sitting there basically doing the Hinata fingers like I came to church. Yeah, I gotta rest, but I'm not resting because I got an assignment tonight and something to do tomorrow. So Lisa's going to take a step closer to Misty. So if they were standing apart from one another, just right in front of one another, Lisa's now going to take a step forward. That step's going to be in between Misty's feet
Mm.
in that proximity. And they're going to ask or say, I'm sorry, do I make you nervous?
Good day at church.
What a time to be at church right now.
Bruh.
Um. Wow. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Is that your response? Wow.
Hmm.
Yes.
And why is that?
Her head is like throbbing, bro. Like you gotta be kidding me. Um. Where do I even start? Like, you make me nervous. Congratulations.
That doesn't quite answer my question. I did ask why.
Tell her to take another step.
Um. Well, you're still covered in the body oil. Um. I'm digging the whole kind of sleepy look.
So you mentioned the body oil, and they kind of like, their brows rise, they look down to themselves, they like touch their, they wear that deep kind of V vest and blazer thing, and they touch your chest where all the glitter is, and they go, "Oh, that's embarrassing." But you see, the thing about sinning is that we're all guilty. The trick is admitting it, then trying again and again until we finally get it right.
So all I'm hearing is, hold on, pause, 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 because I'm about to say something very fucking diabolical in this
She
fucking church.
I'm listening. The
she wants you to
timestamps are listening.
she wants you to sin with them.
Sin. You gotta keep trying not to sin, but to try to sin, you gotta try not to. You know.
Like you have to sin so much. You're like, okay, now I know how not to do this. You know.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Trial by doing. You just
Absolutely.
keep doing them.
What?
I feel like we're pretty logical. I feel like that was a clear statement.
Diana, would you like to slow it down for Misty?
About that statement that Cain gave, that's kind of that it's giving a midnight mass, but not the one that we were talking about originally.
Hmm.
Mm.
So if you are familiar with all of your indulgences and you're familiar with what this does, you'll understand what you're trying to avoid, and you won't be tempted to can do that at a worse time in your life because you're already familiar. Plus, two, what Lice is saying is that you're not infallible. Like humans and all types of species just make mistakes. He's not holding you to a standard that's perfect. It's just try and do better. You don't have to be perfect, but do better.
Diana actually confused me with her explanation.
Wait, so are you saying, well, okay, so in
Cain's
that
trying to
logic,
gaslight you to commit sin because he's saying if you sin and you do it all at least once, you're not going to do it again. But
Exactly.
what Lice is actually saying in terms of everybody being human is everybody is going to make mistakes. They're not asking you to be perfect and like without flaw. And what you guys did was not perfect and without flaw, but you just need to do better from there and try and strive to do better. But it doesn't mean you can't never make mistake again.
I'm muted. Okay, so hear me out now. Out of character, because I need to confirm this, right? The following day, not tonight, but the other night, they want to show up evening and night. So obviously, I'm going to say yes. But is he? Are they saying no in this moment because that's a sin and we need to do better?
I
Well,
don't think that's what he's saying.
I,
Personally.
y'all engaging is not sinful in itself. It's what you have going on in Ba's room. That's the problem. So maybe straighten that out, and it will no longer be a problem. Because what you two are both consenting adults. You can rationally make that decision. Neither of you are impaired or intoxicated. It's just the element of harm is the relationships around you. So it would be the element of harm is that it hurts Ba, or it can be hurting Ba. So if you straighten that out, the next time y'all get into any sort of entanglement, it's not gonna be a problem because it's not hurt anybody.
Man, see, hearing y'all's interpretations of this is driving me crazy, bro.
What?
I'm dying.
I
I'm
think
wounded.
I think they just want to fuck.
yeah, I think he's I think she's just like, yeah, we could keep sinning, but like, we gotta stop one day. Nobody's perfect, sins happen. Sh- Shit happens, whether it's in your bedroom or Bo's bedroom or my bedroom
Or the kitchen.
or right here, right now.
Gallows bedroom.
That's what I heard from that.
That's what I was interpreting it as. It's like we can sin, but let's.
But maybe we're looking at lies a little too hornily. You know?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Okay. Um,
So invite them to your bedroom.
that was a lot of information to take in all at once. So,
You're gonna take a lot more information in the bedroom.
stop. So Misty kind of like, I'm gonna need you to I'm gonna need you to break it down further.
Ah, okay. So my peer leadership is starting sooner than I anticipated. Let's start from the beginning. Do you know what a sin is?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And do you know what kind of person sins?
Yes.
Sinners?
Question mark?
Bentley in the back. What'd you say, Misty?
Yes.
Oh, alright, then you already have half of the lesson. Sinning is inevitable, sweetheart. What matters is acknowledging it and then trying again until we do it properly. I don't mind helping you learn.
That's definitely sexual.
Oh, I think they're not using sin correctly at all. I think they're basically just saying they're using sin as a metaphor for sex. You got to keep on doing it over and over again until you
Until
guys
you
get it
both
right.
roll nat 20s.
I'm really
Yeah.
lost in sauce at this point. We've been going back and forth on what the.
I think they
I
just
don't
want to
know what
bang.
we're talking about anymore.
I feel like we all have different interpretations of what Life is saying right now, and Misty in her lizard brain is like. So in Misty's lizard brain, um, I mean, okay, so I guess tomorrow evening, you said, or night, right?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
I mean, okay. She, her brain kind of just, the cogwheels, they're kind of spinning now. So she kind of just, she go, you already know, cause like they're already close to her, so she don't know if she needs to like step back and like sit down and just remember who she is.
All right. So Misty's buffering. Misty, can I get a con roll while we move on to Bentley?
I'm really conflicted because obviously, my sweet sun kiss Ezra is here with me,
Is
but
there,
I also kind of want to know if Lee is in here like worshiping and who he worships. So I'm a little conflicted because I could speak with Ezra every single day, but I do not see Lee as much.
I feel like you see Lee quite often, but go ahead.
yeah,
Uh huh.
you don't get
No,
much.
go ahead.
Yeah.
You feel like I speak with Lee a lot?
No, I'm not saying don't do it, but you and Lee, y'all be running into each other.
You know what? We're about to work together in science. I'm talking with Ezra.
What? You also see Ezra way more. You're gonna see Ezra tonight, the night after that, so on and so forth.
Fair, very fair. Uh, hmm. Let's see. I talked with Malik. He got upset with me. Jasper doesn't really talk. Um, he was the one who kept killing all the flowers in the arts and crafts club.
It happens.
Yep, that was him.
He's gonna talk with Janelle.
Okay.
What's she up to right now? You might know. Is she chilling?
Janelle is in the stand. She is reading a book and seems to be focusing her prayers in that vein.
Okay, that makes sense. Bentley's gonna go up and be like, "Hey, I wasn't expecting to see you here.
You
How was
weren't
Douglas?
you weren't expecting to see me here? I wasn't expecting to see you here.
Looks like we on the same page then."
Aren't you? How do I put this? I'm finding it.
I
I'm
know.
almost there.
What are we looking for?
Aren't you
I think I'm trying to call you like
aren't you
I
um
think Rusty Vice's boss.
close with Vice,
Yeah, Vice's Vice.
Oh yeah, Vice my friend. Um,
your friend?
demons can go to church.
yeah, he my friend. I think should I be calling him something else? We never
Um
really talked more terms than friends, so I'm assuming he my friend. But I could definitely get like a better label for that at a later date.
well, you'll come to know this because you are either a animal folk or a liking, something that I would assume comes with an intense scent, a intense sense of smell. But when you spend a long, prolonged amount of time with an individual, you tend to become nose blind to how their scent brushes off on you. So right now, I can see that the strongest magical scent on you um, comes from Vice. I'm sure anyone with a nose can smell that here. I guess that's why you're here. You need to be here the most.
Hell. Yeah. Rin invited me, and I've been trying to figure out what kind of deities I'm into ever since I did my extra credit project. I spent a lot of time with Vice, but I figured me and Vice ain't really gonna overlap in that way, or at least I don't think so. I was just surprised to see you here because I just didn't know how big these types of meetings were, and I wasn't really sure. Like, I don't know. I've never really seen what religion and church practices look like in the institution. It was nice seeing some familiar faces, though. I was scared it was just gonna be everybody who's new.
Well, yeah, this is the closest thing that we have on campus to a church. As people get more deep into their separate deities and practices, you might find that they do more devoted work in the privacy of their own dorms or perhaps with a closed group of individuals who have chosen a similar path. But I think this is a great space for people who are just learning about the deities that are available to them following the change. And I won't say that you and Vice don't overlap per se. If you continue to appreciate your time with him, I'm sure you'll come to find out the way that he worships too.
Yeah. that probably make a lot of sense. I don't think he mind me asking. He was one of the people who like gave me some information so I could do my project for Mrs. Stonebriar anyways. I guess a part of me feels like I want to be a part of the same things as like the people I'm close to, but I also understand that sometimes it just doesn't really work out like that. Like people who are really into fitness, it's like I'm not good at fitness, so I could put that time in, but it might not be as beneficial as me just leaning into something I'm more inclined to.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm hearing is that you are fully prepared to be cleansed of some of the influence that your dear friend Vice has extended in your direction.
Well, Ren did just tell me I should stop indulging and feeding my vices, and the man's name is Vice, so I'm considering. I just don't really know what that looks like, and I don't really know if that's gonna hurt his feelings. So I'm debating.
Mhm. Breakups can be hard.
Yeah, that's true. What you reading, if you don't mind me asking?
All right, Bentley, you're done talking.
No, no, no.
I gotta put a pin in it now. You try to open up a whole another conversation.
um, the people on the left are available to talk to you, right?
Yes.
No.
I'm going to talk to Starfire.
All right. So, Starfire is collecting her choice of divination material that she used during her sermon. So she's like kind of cleaning up towards the front.
Okay, he walks up, and he goes, Professor Starfire, do you have a moment?
But of course.
Um, I know your sermon was great, by the way. I It's my first time here, and I really enjoyed it and resonate with it. But to that last part, about Silas. Um, I how do I put this? Um, you mentioned a path of him maybe being able to come back to us. Um, I don't know how much I can help or even dictate because I know there is fate and destiny and all that stuff that professors talk about. But whether it be any of those things, um, me and Silas were really close, and that night, um, I got, I found a key, and I was wondering if you knew what I can do with it.
So, as you're talking, she's listening and, doing that kind of attentive listening. Uh, and then you mention the key, and her curiosity peaks. And she says, "Oh, where did you find this key, per se?"
Um, I was, I guess you say I was taking in the moment near where it happened, and it was just there, and it just felt right in the moment to pick it up.
May I see it, perchance?
Um, yeah, yeah. He like digs through his pockets. It's something that uh, that uh, that Cain almost never speaks about, but it's very important to him, as Silas was important to him, and he doesn't give it to her. Like it's a pull it out and like kind of show her what it looks like.
So she examines the key and she extends her hand.
She's like, give me that shit.
Let me know.
I just want to look at it.
Do you know what it's for? He hasn't given to her yet. Do you know what it's for?
It's for me. Give it to me.
I'm not quite sure, but it could possibly be of use to those who are currently investigating Silas's absence.
Damn, there's a team of people looking for him, and it's not on it.
Um, I think Cain is really struggling in this moment because he wants to be of use, but this is the last piece of solace that he has. Um, and that look is on his face, very much so. Like he's not trying to hide that feeling. Um, and he goes, um, I is there a way I can give it to them? This is the last thing I have of him. I don't even know what's important.
Considering that I am also a part of that investigation, you would be giving it to them.
Oh, I I see. I didn't know. Okay.
No, it's okay, it's okay. You know, I
Can I
know that you and Silas were quite close. He mentioned you a lot.
can I perception roll and see like the meaning behind that? If everything she's saying like rings true in this moment.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Disadvantage.
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 Why?
Because it's a
Level 1
charisma
exhaustion, bro.
perception roll.
Oh, it is a one exhaustion. You're right.
Mm.
Ugh. Disgusting. Um,
I'm a sinner. Who's probably gonna sin again. Love, forgive me.
roll this roll.
Mm-mm-mm-mm. Nah, one. Nah, one. Nah, one.
Okay. Not nice.
uh, from the Bible. So you have no reason to distrust Elowen. From what you recall about her at the Crimson Harvest, she seemed to also have some sort of connection with Silas. And in this moment, you figure if she runs off and never talks to you again, you know where she works. You in this moment you see more, you now have a face to harass for results.
Okay. Um, he places it on into her hand, and he looks up to Professor Starfire. Says, um, "I hope it helps." And I know it's what did Professor Starfire say? Uh, Classified and of importance, but maybe just let me know if it does help.
Absolutely. I'll keep in touch. As you know, all of your professors are accessible through the class app, and I am no different.
Okay. Yeah. I should be coming more regularly to your sermons, anyways. Um, but I guess I shoot you a text.
Yes. Like I said, there's a messaging software there. I always gotta specify that y'all don't have the teacher's numbers, but you have them through the class app. So if at any
Yeah.
point a teacher gives you their phone number, then you know.
You know. Okay. Um.
Nobody has a teacher's phone number yet, right?
Roman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anyone else does, to my knowledge. So Cain gives her the key. He asks to be filled in with basic information if possible,
Mm.
as long as it helps. And he goes, "Oh, I guess I'll ask follow ups later. I hope it helps.
Okay.
I really would like to see him again."
We all would. She is somber in this moment with you in solidarity. Now, Misty, I see you provided me with a con roll. And let me put it this way. You sit down, you catch your breath, you take a deep breath, and your leg shakes because the urge to pounce is real, but you're able to hold it down. You're able to take it, put it in a little ball, and shove it deep inside yourself so that you don't jump across the table. However, the more you focus on trying not to jump, the less you realize the thing that you're doing alternatively. So, lice at some point kind of like breaks away. They're like going to mingle themselves or do whatever it is lices do at a church, and you are one pace behind them.
You're following?
You're one pace behind them. And at first they don't really like know until they go to like turn around and they like bump into you. And briefly it's just like a oh, excuse me kind of moment, like a coincidence. But it happens like two or three more times, and that's when they catch on in their sleepy mind that you're following them. Like chest on their back following them, and they're just it's not pouncing, but it's something.
Oh, Misty, no.
Misty,
No.
no. Misty, no.
Like, I mean, my god. Is it because I need to. Where my doctor at? Wasn't I supposed to.
Where
He needs an excuse.
Where's my doctor?
oh, your doctor's here. They're watching. So after the fourth bump, and Lice realizes that you're following them, they go, "Ah, Misty, so glad of you to join me for this conversation. Here, come here." And they turn around, and as they turn around, Nina's finishing up her prayer,
Mm.
and Nina turns around and she sees Lice, and she sees Misty, and there is a silence between the two of you as Lice brings you both together. Missy, what's going through your head?
Man. Misty is like. She's really trying, like, to behave because she's been doing so well. And, like, she's going to get off this holistic wellness. But they're going to have to put her back on because she's about to pounce on somebody's neck. So now Lice kind of, like, brings her in. And, she's leaning into it or whatever. But now she looks at Nina and it's just like, oh no.
Nina, this is Misty. Misty, this is Nina. I figured you both would be familiar with each other because you're in the same class, am I correct?
Uh, yeah.
Nina's gonna be like, yeah, we're in classes together. Um, we used to be in some study groups. Yeah, I'm familiar with Misty. Oh, so good that both of you can be here today during the service. That was a beautiful service, wasn't it? With the elements of rest and reflection, right?
Missy's giving the side eye. um, yeah. Um, rest and reflection. Um, mm,
And Nina is going to say, yeah, there's a lot of things from this past semester that I need to reflect on. Um, I think I'm going to take some time to just like really dig in deep and think about how I want to approach the next year. So I am going to take the sermon to heart. To which Lice is going to say, yeah, so I'm glad that you were both touched by what Starfire had to say today, because I know in your own ways you have expressed qualms with some of the labels that people have placed upon you. Things like, I don't know, predator, prey. So hopefully, as you're building your identities in the second year, you will learn to see yourselves as I see you, which is far more than the animalistic traits that they try to push onto you.
Little does Lice know, I don't think they could hold Misty back right now. If she were to full on pounce right now, there's no way. There's no way. I'm looking right now. Who would stop her? Um.
Cain can.
Wanna bet?
Oh Lord, please, nah, not in the church, not in the church.
Wanna bet?
All right, so let's do the thing where let's make
Pounce!
Lice egg Misty on, so she has to do another con.
Why the hell? No. Behave. I will behave. So Misty's going to clear her throat. Um. Um. She kind of like looks to Nina and is going to say, I'm. Mm, I'm sorry. Um. That I made you really uncomfortable.
And then Lisa's gonna be like, oh, I wasn't expecting an apology. This is far greater than I thought this could have gone. Um, Missy, in addition to that, would you like to express to Nina some of the pressures that have been placed upon you given that predacious label that so many outsiders has forced upon you in your first year?
Uh. Uh. She kind of like now she's just standing there kind of awkwardly now, like I wasn't going to. So now she's thinking again.
Brain back on track.
As as Misty struggles to find the words, because admittedly she went from horny mind to let's address whatever this is mind, and she's not prepared. She feels something warm on her right hand. Lysa's giving her an affirming hand squeeze.
No, damn it, no. uh, okay, so she like kind of like looks at their hand and appreciates the little hand holding gesture. Um, so Misty kind of like opens up a bit, like how she struggled with her identity in the beginning of the year and how they kind of put her in like under watch per se, and she kind of had to just mold herself. Just it's hard. It was really hard, and now she kind of feels like she was really struggling at the fact of being a predator, and she didn't really want to be, but like that's her species. That's just what she is, and she's just doing what other people is telling her to do, but not what she really wants to do. So, um, she does express that she felt a little bad about startling, you know.
Slice is going to look from Misty to Nina and go, now that we have the full picture, Nina, doesn't this sound just a little bit like that stuff you were telling me about your position as a prey? Or at least the prey label that they've bestowed upon you. You know, Nina, she's gonna have her hands like folded in front of herself. And just like Misty, she's trying to find the words too. However, instead of grabbing Nina's hand, Lice puts her reassuring hand on Nina's shoulder. And once she finds the words, she's going to say, yeah, I kind of understand that because it's like the more I try to work in the system, the more they remind me that I'm just a prey animal. And, you know, I feel like prey is just one label, but the way some of the people that I've spoken to have used it to me, it feels like it's a placeholder for words like helpless and unintelligent or just victim or hopeless. It's like they're not providing me with any options of how I could better myself. They just kind of are always telling me to just roll over. And that's just not the kind of person that I am. So I know what they think they know about prey animals and prey people or whatever books they've written about people like me in the past. But just because that's how things have been doesn't mean that's how they will continue to be. So I guess in the same vein, just because they're telling you that you're a predator doesn't mean that you need to behave, or it sounds like you don't even want to behave in the ways that they're telling you to behave. And, you know, I'd like to think that we were close. Before then, we were in study groups. So if you're willing to chalk it up to a bad day, I'm willing to extend some forgiveness.
Um, yes, I would like that. Um, also, um, um, I let's just say I was having a bad day, and I would like your forgiveness. Um, and I hope moving forward we could just um, you don't have to be best friends, but I'll chill out.
Okay. Now, I won't say that we're best friends yet, but I think that someday we could get there. I don't want to piss off Marcy.
Oh yeah.
And you know, you and Nina start like chitter chattering it up, and Lice is kind of just sitting there like, oh, look at what I did, kind of shit.
I did this.
He's the reason for it, and
Yeah, let's not forget that Lice is the reason that Misty was having a bad day.
That is true. We're just not gonna talk about it.
And now I'm gonna talk about it.
like she's like, man, it sucks you were having a bad day that day. Well, I'm glad we you squashed the beef though.
Glad this
Yeah.
was just a you and her problem.
Yeah, you totally didn't run into a wall that I casted and take 19 damage. Mm.
Asshole.
But look at you now. You're in a church with Nina, finding forgiveness and friendship. Yeah.
I said that's old him. Like that was yesterday. That's old.
Yeah, I sinned. I sinned. I learned from my mistakes. I've been forgiven by the Lord, and I'm going to be a better person tomorrow, hopefully, because I might sin again.
Because that's what us humans do.
Sin City.
Sin City.
All right. We've had a very reflective and informative session of church, which brings us to the other thing that's happening in the morning, which is
Spent 2 hours at church.
Tim. All right.
Rivet. He's in the hospital.
Oh man, someone save him, please.
Misty, could you do us a favor and read the captions, please?
Yes. Breathing exercises between brainstorming sessions.
Now, the Magitegra labs hummed with soft crystalline power as Tim slipped inside, joining the morning gathering of his Enchantments and Charms group project. Most of his classmates were already present, bleary eyed and ready to work. He expected the usual group Riven, Delilah, Jasper. But today, two things stood out. Noel sat at one of the stations, scanning through the assignment notes with mechanical precision, as if he'd been drafted into the chaos rather than willingly attending. And on a tablet, propped awkwardly on the stack of spellbooks, was Riven, looking pale, exhausted, and undeniably hospital bound. Medical tubing and crisp sheets peeked at the edge of his frame. Before Tim could even greet anyone, the noise hit him. Delilah. We only failed because you're impossible to work with, Jasper. I mean it, like, every time we try to do anything, you turn into a pompous nightmare. I hate that we're on this project together, and I fucking hate being on your buddy system. Jasper perched at the edge of the table, with his brows furrowed in irritation, and he let out a low, rumbling exhale. You're lucky I'm restraining myself. You think your little songs mean anything compared to Dragonfire? Don't fucking tempt me. Delilah recoiled, offended but ready to snap back. Riven, on the tablet, dragged both his hands down his face, as if this has been going on for a while. Gods, not this again. They're impossible. Noel didn't look up. He flipped a page. Page 6 outlines the division of tasks. Update. The likelihood of violence in this immediate area has increased by 37%.
God damn it.
This is a healthy moment, bro.
He does it.
Well, come on, man.
Read the room.
You need that.
As Tim exhaled slowly, it was going to be a very long morning. So, Tim, of the three personalities in your head, you are the most personable. That means that neither Stein nor Titan are likely to be of any assistance in this situation.
I wasn't bringing either of those two fuckers out anyway, so it's fine.
How do you plan on approaching this group project for the sake of the class you've done the best in so far?
So it was better when this was individual stuff, you know? two of these people are bickering the entire time, and one of them is hospitalized, and one of them isn't even supposed to be here.
Mm.
I don't know what's going on.
Noelle is the emotional support.
Oh, yeah, he's there so no one else gets hospitalized.
What, he's just gonna just hit us with percentages? We're like, oh yeah, don't do that, you might get hurt. According to my calculations, if you fight, you go to die, so let's not do that. I mean,
That exactly.
I guess I'll try to diffuse the situation between these two.
Mm-hmm.
You got this, man.
Because I feel like we're not getting anywhere if they're going at each other's throats.
Mm-hmm.
God, I don't even know what the fuck to say. I'm gonna lighten the mood. You two seem to be getting along well.
Charisma roll, bro.
Look, if they start,
Come on, man.
it's fine. It's fine. Okay, hold on a second, because hold on. I have recently upgraded my charisma, right? So now I get plus two,
Wait, what?
and then I also have the bracelet from lunch. So does that do a plus one? I don't know how the bracelet works.
I believe it's a +1, yes.
So I got plus three charisma right there. Look at that.
God, man.
I
Alright,
believe
go
in
ahead,
you.
man.
Oh, oh. Tim walks in and is just like, hey, yo, you guys look like you're getting along. And immediately, Delilah and Jasper kind of realize that, like, you know what? You know, we've been fighting since we found out we failed the buddy system project. So let's not fail another fucking class. Like, I'm so done with this. Let's just get this project over with, so I don't have to look at you anymore. And Jasper's just like, fucking agreed. Like, God, I can't. Tim, what are we doing?
Well, let me just take a look at my notes real quick, and I'll let you explain. Okay.
So officially, Tim is our like charisma guy.
Seems like it.
He just
The
swabbed
escalator.
swabbed his way through that. I'm gonna say yes.
I also did that in the battle too. I mean, it would have worked if she had mana. So, okay, combine one enchantment and one charm with forces to create a nuanced charm suitable for each one of you.
Riven
Like,
from his tablet. It's gonna be like, oh, thank God, we can finally get somewhere. Let me hear what Tim has to say first, and then I'll tell you what I wrote
okay,
down
honestly,
on my
there's best case
hospital
scenario
napkin.
because why do I feel like they would have made it even worse for Riven, and the computer would have gotten destroyed, and he would have gotten digitally hurt through their
Digitally
fight.
hurt.
It would have been
Digitally
awful.
hurt. His Roblox character takes damage.
Well, let's start here. Did anybody think of everyone have their charms here to instill the enchantment with?
Everyone takes out a variety of like rings, talismans, and bracelets. They came prepared.
Okay, cool. Um, well, my charm is already charisma, so I was thinking I could use the. Oh my god, I hate my memory. Let me go. Give me a second, guys. Let me go back on notes real quick. What's the stupid spell called? Uh, I was thinking of tacking on tacking on blush bloom on my on my bracelet here. What are you guys thinking?
Uh, so, Kugo, stop. What are you doing? What are you doing? All right, so let me go into the notes of all of them. To which Jasper is going to say that he doesn't. I don't really know how the magic crossing into an item thing works. I remember the professor saying something about like Magitechra people doing that, but I want this bracelet to help me get to a happier place. Kind of like meditation. Like, you know, if I have to deal with this bitch again, I could just like touch my bracelet and it'll give me like meditation. He kind of like, you know, shrugs like he doesn't know the words or the spells to it, but he knows what he's seeking.
He wants a chill pill.
To which Noelle is going to chime up, like their eyes are going to like beep. And you could see it's as if their pupils are rolling kind of like a casino slot machine. And they will say that the gem that you are looking to use for that kind of the gem that you are looking to use for that kind of enchantment would be amethyst. Yeah, what he said.
Does anybody have amethyst here.
Uh,
Because I
sorry,
don't have any amethyst on me.
burping 1 second. Okay. Noah will say that amethyst is located in the enchantment arts and crafts lab, so we do not have it currently. However, we know the direction that we need to go into.
Okay, well, I guess there's task right there for Jasper next is we can go over there and grab his gem. What about you two, Riven,
I don't
Delilah?
do arts. He like Delilah opens her mouth and Jasper starts talking and like she's not there. I don't,
Okay,
I don't,
you have
I
to
don't,
speak.
I don't do arts and crafts.
What are you doing?
The frustration in your voice.
Okay, well, uh, well, we can go together at some point and get it for you.
Yeah, you guys are Magitechra, so I figured you, I don't know, you tech it up.
Yeah, man, pick it up, bro.
This is the most I've ever heard him talk.
Let me see if I can find prosthetic amethyst in the computer real quick. Oh my god.
Just 3D print it, man. Come on.
I haven't. I don't have a three printer. Is there a three printer here? Can I
In the
3D print amethyst?
Magitechra lab, there is a 3D printer. What are you trying to 3D print?
Does it 3D print amethyst?
It does not 3D print amethyst.
All right. Well, there we go then. There goes that.
Mm.
Damn it, did it.
Looks like we're not getting your bracelet done today. All right, bud.
Well, then when are we getting it done?
When we, when we get the amethyst, we'll work on that later.
When are we
Let's see
getting
what
the amethyst?
He wants a date.
Okay. Well, this is this is due day 2, so presumably we'll probably do it tomorrow, so we can get all of our stuff situated.
When are we doing it tomorrow?
God, I don't even know what my schedule is tomorrow. I'll be honest with you. Look at my notes real quick.
You know?
Well, I have no idea what's going on tomorrow. I don't know what days. I don't know what I have filled up already.
I know one thing. You have a group
Your nighttime is
elemental,
blocked off for cha cha. Night and evening, I think.
and your afternoons with the elemental group at the dome.
Morning?
And your morning, I think you're moving with Cha Cha.
Oh yeah, so
Oh.
How about you do it midnight tonight?
And hey,
yeah, join us for level exhaustion. Woo!
hey, I'm realizing I'm pretty busy tomorrow. I think we got to get this done today. So, how does tonight sound?
All right. Jasper takes out his pocket planner and writes that in. And closes the pocket planner and says, "All right, we got my project mapped out. You guys are behind."
Okay.
Y'all behind. What are you doing?
Anyways, moving forward, Lila Ribbon. Do you guys have any ideas of what enchantment you want to put in your charm?
Delilah's gonna roll her eyes because now you know what it's like to work with Jasper. um, and she says that it's always in my best interest to have something that kind of influences how I am perceived. So I'm hoping to have something that has some rose quartz, just so that I could be more inviting to certain people. And I'm thinking about adding some magic tech to it so that it passively recharges itself. Kind of, I guess in realistic terms, like before all the magic, it would be like adding a solar power panel, but some way to like ambiently absorb magic so that it can recharge.
honestly, that's pretty cool.
I know. I thought of it myself.
Okay, and Riven, what are you thinking? He's buffering.
It's kind of like it's like the of him like coming in from the hospital, and the walkie-talkie, like kind of in the obnoxiously loud, kind of in the same vein of what Delilah was saying, not in the passive recharge, but something that's going to help with the way that people perceive me. I've been doing a lot of work on my little soul cylinder, but I think it's time that I also make something that's just kind of going to impact perceptions of me. So I have this ring, and I think what I'm going to try to put on it is some kind. I haven't decided how I'm going to approach it. Like if I'm going to do it with a metal or a stone of sorts, or if I'm just going to use some of like a way. There are certain kinds of crystals. You see, crystals that you can use to trap particular. Sorry, Missy, Missy, Missy got me. There are certain kind.
Talking out his ass. He's so nice.
He's in the hospital, bro.
Yeah.
He's gonna die.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I just remember the text message, and he's just like, "Yo, I'm behind on everything. I don't know what I'm doing."
This is a funny
There.
story, man.
There are certain kind of crystals you see. They're called light crystals, and unlike the ones that you guys know that have names like amethyst, rose quartz, things like that, you can charge a light crystal with all different kinds of magic, be it divine, demonic, or natural. So I'm thinking about getting a light crystal charged with some of Roman's allure craft, and then now hearing what Delilah is saying, probably adding some of those rechargeable features so that I could constantly recharge the spell that I have borrowed from Roman.
Look at my notes real quick. Give me a second.
His nose.
Wait, are you gonna steal his idea too?
No, so hold on.
Oh.
I have to. The final
Wait,
round.
dude, what's your idea? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, so my idea is a lot less complicated than all these guys because I
Mm.
think I just want to up my charm, and so since I already have a charm bracelet, I'm gonna put a charm spell on the charm bracelet. And just I'm reading this because it says the final result must harmonize, not conflict, and so I'm trying to make sure all of our things are mingling together well. Because I think we're all here to kind of change the perception of us. I want to be more charismatic. Um, Riven wants to stop getting into the hospital, so hopefully he'll
That is
people
that
will
is
perceive
not.
him.
That is
Hopefully, people
not.
will perceive him less like a punchy bag.
Ah, well, well, he mutes. Yeah.
So I think we're all trying to change the perception of each other or
Mhm.
ourselves a little bit.
All
So
right.
I think we're all harmonizing here.
All right. So Delilah's gonna say. So it sounds like I should spend the next day trying to figure out this recharge element. Because if I could figure that out, then I could apply it to all of our projects, and I guess that could be us harmonizing our ideas. Um, we can get, I guess, Riven to meet up with. No, Riven has the light crystal hookup, so we'll get him to get the light crystals, and then Tim, you and Roman are partners, so you can get Roman to meet up with us so that we can borrow his spell.
Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Can we run that back?
Yo, Tim, you have to tell us, man? Are you hyped?
Momentary pause in the plan here. Uh, is there? Do people think we're partners?
There's like a silence across the table. You see Riven like unmute But then he mutes again, to which Noel is going to turn to Tim and go,
Oh my fucking
have
want to hear what he has to say.
you and Roman have been dating since day 3 of school, have you not?
What?
Jesus.
What are you talking about?
He's about to pop off.
Did he say day 3 of the first days of school?
Where?
Yes.
Where did he? That's like
Yo,
I feel like that's when I met him or something like
you guys
that.
are like half a year strong. Congrats, bro.
Who started
That's
that?
crazy. With a baby on the way.
Yo.
I thought Cha Cha was being overdramatic, but I didn't think people were genuinely thinking this.
Yo, half a year, man. That's great.
I don't even know what the fuck.
To which Noel is going to add, like, oh, yes, whenever Roman is in your presence, his heart rate increases 45%.
Don't out him in the club, Noel. He ain't need to do that.
Oh, God, we're never gonna get through this fucking campaign.
We're still in the morning sequence.
Shit, yeah, we are.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my
My
fucking
bad, y'all. I
god.
took long with life. I didn't know if
No,
I
no,
wanted
no.
to fuck them.
That's my ship. Give me the content.
Oh fuck.
Diana wants the content.
Um.
Oh God.
Yeah.
So your partners?
We'll get to that later.
You see, that's your problem. We'll get to that later.
It's not that bad of a rumor, anyways.
As he's leaving the spot to go on a date with Roman.
No, Slunge.
It's a lunch
What's up
date.
with
A date
what's up
lunch.
with Riven muting, unmuting, and muting? What he had to say in that moment that he existed.
This is why Riven in the hospital, bro.
I hate to break it to you guys, but I don't. We're not. We're not dating. We were never dating. So
Uh, Delilah is going to pause and say, you could see her look at the assignment, but then she kind of leans forward and places her pencil down. And she says, "You're not?"
who brought? Jesus fucking Christ! we're best friends. We hang out a lot. I didn't think there was gonna be some sort of. I didn't think we were gonna speculate on that.
Mm. To which Riven is going to unmute, and he's going to be like, "Oh, we didn't mean to be presumptuous. It's just, for a very long time, the two of you were attached at the hip. And whenever Roman's in certain spaces,
Yeah.
it's not uncommon for your name to come up." To which Noel is going to say that Roman has traces of 50% homosexuality, and you have traces of 33% homosexuality.
Yeah, I know where the 33% is coming from. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, Noel. I got it.
Wait. Is he
It's
trying to say
Stein.
Roman's bi? Like, what does that mean?
Roman is bi and Stein is gay.
Wait.
This is
Wait.
How does he know that?
Can I get the free like
You have
calculator?
traces.
Where
You're
is he
leaving
getting
a
these traces
33%
from?
traces.
Where is he getting
his
these traces
upgrades. They're upgrades.
His upgrades.
from? What, he has a gay detector?
Tim, it's his notes, man.
Let me check your notes, Noel. Let me see what's going on in there. Oh my fucking god. I wonder what Titan's thinking about that right now.
Yeah, it's in the chat. Titan's crashing out.
He's like, which one of you two?
Yo, imagine if a fucking Titan was overcompensating with Cha Cha, and he is the gay one.
Very overcompensating, if
uh,
that's the case. He's going to extreme lengths.
okay. To which like this conversation derails by like 15 minutes, and Jasper
Project.
is just like, yo, I really don't give a shit who's humping who. My point being, you're the one who's making out with Roman. Just get him to where he needs to be so we can finish this fucking project.
You know what, Jasper, you're right. I actually see him after this. He's not helping.
Bro, you wild for that.
not, not helping my case at all, but it's not much I can do. I'm not
I
even
can't
gonna
wait
say.
to see the battle map in your brain.
I'm not even gonna say where we're going. I'm gonna just say I'm meeting him after this.
Okay. To which Delilah is gonna say, okay, so we have our marching orders, and it sounds like we're reconvening at midnight tonight.
Where are we? Jameson Charms that we're going?
Well, we all have to pick up all of our separate tools. We could just meet back here.
Okay.
Mm. And make sure that Roman comes.
Okay, he'll be here.
Hmm.
make sure, make sure Roman comes.
I was thinking it. I was glad you did it.
Misty, Misty still has to go to her holistic wellness class.
So scrolling up to
Don't worry
Misty,
about me.
because Tim has a lot to think about right now. Misty,
Oh.
Misty walked beside Dr. Dern on a quiet path back towards the wellness center. Misty tried to steady her nerves. All she could think about was life. She already knew that thanks to Professor Ethan's email that today would be her final holistic wellness session. Even so, a knot sat in her stomach. Hearing something on paper was different from hearing it from your physician's own mouth. Inside the center, the calm was. Sorry, inside, the center was calm as always. Dr. Loonville waited in her office, seated with her usual serene posture. When Misty stepped in, the physician rose with a smile. Misty, I'm glad to see you. Come in, take a seat.
Oh, doctor. I'm so glad to see you too. And
How's the
she
Blizzard
sits
Box been
down.
working?
She just like she like sinks in the chair of it.
I'm sure you've already heard the news. Congratulations, you've completed your holistic wellness treatment.
I did hear. I got the email. Um, but I can still reach out to you if I need to, right?
Of course. You see, you've taken control of your narrative and instincts in ways that are far more grounded and manageable. Dr. Mern was telling me that he was blown away by your level of control as you attended your lesson at church today.
Yeah. Um, man. Um, the invite was a surprise. Um, and the sermon, I guess I definitely need to work on a couple more things. And, obviously resting and more reflecting. I feel like I have a lot to reflect on over winter break.
Growth is no easy task, and I heard that your performance during the integration exam was exemplary. According to Duskmore, you are no bias. According to Duskmore, you are the most well adjusted to your species within your buddy system. That is a significant accomplishment, Misty.
Oh, Missy's actually kind of surprised to hear dust more come out her mouth. Um, yeah, she's actually kind of surprised. She didn't really think about it like that.
So, Misty, you were one of the first few people assigned to a holistic wellness plan, and your growth has earned praise from both Dr. Loonvale and Dustmore. How does this accomplishment make you feel?
Uh, it makes Misty feels really good inside. Um, she feels great. Like it's finally working.
I do have a question before I'm able to dismiss you. Tell me, do you think working with Ba helped you find your footing? Her tone was curious, not leading. The question sought understanding, not praise. So, Misty, take a moment to think about the past few months of from the first time you wrestled to Ba's investment in your business to him providing you with what he thought was a safe space when you asked for help. Do you think that Gallows assigning Ba to be your mentor did more harm than good? Or are you glad that you had him?
That's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. Let me check my notes.
I figured out how mad you are about it still.
Yeah,
The notes, man.
cause like yeah,
Miss.
you pounced on people, right? And you were like really horny. You didn't know what the fuck to do because people kept running away from you. So they sent this crazy man on you, and then this crazy man helped you with your craziness. So you're much calmer now. But they didn't have to do that, did they? Couldn't they just like I don't know. I don't know what they could have done to be honest. I don't know.
That is what they could have done.
They could have just prescribed you church off rip and made you do that every day.
Honestly,
Nah, she
yeah.
she would have jumped on lice. She would have jumped on lice.
So you're thinking they could have given me mandatory detention, but they let the psych ward patient just come up to me instead.
Exactly. Exactly. I feel like they didn't have to go to that extreme cuz Misty and Ba it just they come a long way. The shit was rough, but it worked, I guess. Mm-mm. No Miss Miss. Miss Miss is not here anymore. She is keeping the name though.
Robin, his nickname?
Yes.
Oh my god, it's the little Deku. Love the little
So you
Deku.
break.
Um
So is this it? You're breaking up with Bono?
I think we're going to
Leaving
have
the
to
bite
find
club?
a way to let him down gently. It's not like they were together anyway, but
Kill him.
like he's graduating soon anyway, so like it doesn't make sense. He was just doing what he was told to do, which is in turn she was doing what she was told to do. That makes sense.
Yeah, but you guys
This
are
is
gonna
the
be in
biggest
classes
revelation you said
together
all
next
campaign.
year.
So you're like the Ba era, done. My friendship with Ba, over. My friendship with Lice, stronger than ever.
Okay, so to answer God. Okay, so to answer her question, um I um I think it was a little bit extreme, but at the same time it worked. I am much calmer. I'm more comfortable, and like I understand that I am a predator, but I don't really need to act on it. So, um, I guess in a way it did work.
After listening to Misty's response, Loonville nodded thoughtfully. Good. Remember what worked for you, and remember who supported you. That framework will still matter in your second year. She leaned back slightly. If you ever need to book a session, whether you're overwhelmed, confused, or simply need grounding, You may always reach out to me or Dr. Dern. Either of us will be available. Her smile softened to something almost maternal. But for now, enjoy your winter break. Keep an open mind and an open heart.
Thank you. But quick question. So, before I leave, so I saw Gallows today at church, and I wanted to approach them, but I guess what I'm asking is, how do I move forward with what happened? Because I would like to ask for a mentorship, but I know that might be a little too much. So, just how would you handle the situation?
Well, I will say that when it comes to mentorship and positions and things like that, it's at the discretion of the professor. So I can't say that there's a guaranteed path to something like that. But what I will say is, according to your file, husbandry is your primary area of study. So eventually, he's just going to have to get over himself. So, the best thing that you can do is approach him with facts because facts are undeniable. Show him that you have not only completed your holistic wellness program, but give him credit for his experimental idea that pairing you with Ba actually worked to your benefit. And start addressing him in group settings, and then hopefully that'll make more opportunities for him to see how brilliant you've become.
Write that down. Write that down. Um. Okay. Um. I I really appreciate that. I'll see if maybe Ball can do me a favor, if we could all like kind of meet up, maybe have lunch, I guess, and just go over the results of me finishing my wellness. Um I'm much calmer now, and um would like to take a mentorship role, or maybe a TA position. I know that I didn't do well with the exam portion. I know I'm gonna have to work on that, but they still granted me permission to work. So
You can thank Dustmore for that.
right, I will definitely do that. Thank you.
Mhm. And with that, Misty's final session came to a gentle, reassuring close, marking not an ending, but the first step into her next chapter. A chapter that was marked with her receiving a phone call from Ba. Misty, do you pick up?
End that chapter of your life.
Oh my god.
Don't
I
don't
need to know.
don't just not answer. Decline.
Whoa,
You're
whoa,
right. Whoa,
No,
whoa.
whoa,
he has my
whoa.
location. I would not be doing that, because then he'll just end up showing up and then beating
Throw your
around.
phone in the garbage.
Mm.
Nah, that's crazy. Like my telenovela, come on. I gotta know. Don't leave me on a cliffhanger.
Okay, yeah, Misty's going to answer.
Okay.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
um, she's just gonna, pick up the phone to her ear and be like, uh, hello?
Hey, Miss, did you drag someone into my room?
Oh fuck. No.
No.
Just like
Uh,
that, dude.
yeah, uh, about that. Uh,
Oh man, whoever it was, yeah, they smell really hot.
so you're not mad?
Ah, just warn me next time. My room smells like the Pillsbury Doughboy's ass. Now I've got a headache. So I'm crashing in your room.
No,
Oh, wait, wait.
that's the scent that gave him the headache.
Everything's so messy. Everything's so messy over there.
Ah,
This novella goes hard, bro.
No, I can't. I can't. I
you
can't.
better like
Wait,
send out a follow up text to Lice.
when is Lice supposed to go to your room?
No, Lice isn't coming over
Tomorrow,
today. It's
tomorrow.
gonna be
Okay,
tomorrow. So
okay.
this is fine. So then we can talk. Well, no, I'm not gonna go to my room. Wait, am I? No, I'm not gonna go to my room today. So, yeah, resuming. Um, yeah. Whatchamacallit? Yeah, you could crash in my room. That's fine, since he kind of made me, well, allowed me to crash into your room, so it's fine. Um, what you doing tonight?
Well, I was going to that, what do you call it? The little play thing that was happening, just to see the freshies get a little bit wild. But after that, I was gonna spend some time with the person I'm bringing to the Honey and Venom trial. By the way, who are you thinking bringing? You got any leads?
Bro's
Oh,
dead. You cannot bring him. Bring
oh,
somebody
Bro,
else.
say it.
um,
Say Ruben.
He's dead. He
so
won't even make it there.
stop.
Don't even make it there is crazy.
Say Ruben.
Wait, pause. Out of character. I didn't know we had to bring them to the honey venom thing. I thought we were just gonna talk about it.
Yeah, you're gonna bring him in and
Honestly,
fucking sacrifice him to the gods. I don't know.
I would argue what you did with Riven and then Luca punching him out was your honey and venom.
That's what I
And I would
said
just
to
bring
her.
his little monkey pinky corpse with you.
I really did. I thought of that the other day.
Yeah, I do have someone in mind that I plan on bringing to the honey venom thing. Um, who are you bringing?
Oh man,
Shit.
you're such a fucking natural. I love that about you. Oh, me by the way, it's a secret. Gotta keep you on the toes. Leave a little mystery in our relationship, you know?
Sick.
Our relationship?
Wait, what?
He's bringing fucking Tim or something.
Bro, that's
The next scene is
diabolical.
like, "Hey, you wanna come with me to this thing?"
Um, so, uh, if you're, blinking out, if you're free tonight, could you, like, swing by the Creature Claire Club? Cause, I'm meeting the animal I bonded with, semi bonded with, right?
Bonded?
Yeah,
Who
semi.
bonded?
Well, not bonded, but like, they liked me, I hope.
The one you spoke to?
Yes.
Snake.
Okay. The animal
So,
you spoke to?
Spoke to. Yeah.
Okay.
And, they want me to show up tonight and I guess probably play some poker, I guess. But just in case they decide to kill me, I need a witness. So,
Alright.
For
I'll
murder?
linger around, but I won't engage. I'll be at a peaceful
Investigate.
I'll be at a peaceful distance.
okay. Um, cool.
On one condition.
What?
What are you doing on day one of winter break?
everybody get out your notes.
that's her lies time, man.
Fuck. Wait, day one winter break?
Mm-hmm.
That's next
Uh, oh shit, that's tomorrow, huh? I can't do this back and forth shit. I'm not, uh-uh. Um,
You are, to my knowledge, only free in the morning.
um, she's going to respond with, um, it depends on the time. I'm pretty booked.
When are you not booked?
Uh, she's like thinking about it.
Checking her notes.
My god. Lice said, oh my god, Lice said evening and nighttime, didn't they?
And then in the afternoon, you're meeting up, I think, with the
With the
elemental
crew.
manipulation people. So it's
Fucking
just the
hell.
morning.
Okay, so, oh my god, I ain't gonna sleep, bruh. Okay, so she's gonna respond with, I'm free in the morning.
Cool. I'll scratch your back at midnight, and then you'll let me crack you in the morning.
Hmm?
Huh?
Oh,
Wait, okay, so for you to swing by tonight, uh, 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 hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. They're saying they only will come tonight if we fuck.
Yeah.
hey, before I get lost in the sauce, DM, can you run the line back?
That's exactly it. That's what was said
Oh, thank God.
in Balinese.
My niece is crazy.
My knees, dude. Oh, I gotta see who else. No, pause. Out of character. Out of character. I'm gonna have to ask someone else only because I'm not sleeping tonight, and I can't risk not sleeping the following day.
Just sleep with lies.
Guys,
Yeah, sleep with
Guys,
light.
guys,
guys,
guys. I
guys,
I can't. You guys. I can't do this.
Just cuddle with
and
lies
do
instead
what?
of fucking them for
I
once in
can't.
2 seconds.
I don't think I can fuck ball. I don't think I have it in me.
I think you might
Uh,
need to communicate that with him.
I mean, realistically, then, if you don't want to do that, he'll probably say no. So leave that scared of the snake.
That snake can kill me. Pretty
I'm
sure.
gonna be honest with you. I feel like you could probably box it. Just don't let it get the advantage of already having you in a snake equivalent of a headlock.
Charm the snake.
Fuck the snake.
You guys are both reptilians, right? Dragons are reptiles.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
You got that.
Okay.
Say, Bond, never mind. I don't need you anymore. And hang up. That's it.
Tim's so
Uh.
straightforward.
Yeah, you're so mean today. What's going on?
It's because he found out he's 33% homosexual.
Mm.
Ever since he found out that him and Roman were in a relationship, he's been acting different.
I'm not ready to talk about this with Titan. He's gonna be angry at me.
What about Roman? You talk about Roman?
Of course, I'm talking about a Roman.
I want
Yeah,
to see Roman's response when you mention it.
He's
Unless
like,
he
yeah, I told him.
already knows.
he definitely already knows. He definitely already knows.
He's like, yeah, I started the room.
That's that's that's
Guys, let's cycle this back to Misty. It's her moment.
I'm sorry. No, I'm glad you guys could talk over it because I have to buffer because it's just like obviously Cat likes loves ball, but like I don't think I can do this, y'all.
Mm.
we're just getting to the point in the campaign where we're like, I feel like narrowing down the relationships we want to continue to invest in. So like, just do your best. Do what you think's gonna serve you and Misty the best.
Yeah. Um.
The anticipation is killing me.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, if you just want to be transparent, it's like, hey, I haven't slept in 2 days. I'm really trying to sleep. You just said you're like doing a midnight sequence with like what Prometheus or something like that. He's rascally, but I don't think Ball is like unmanageable.
Uh. Okay. So fuck. I feel so bad because like I still low key need ball because I need help. Kind of. No. I think it should be fine. Okay. So Misty is going to uh she's gonna sigh. Um
Oh no, don't sigh.
um I I'm like really tired. I don't haven't slept in like 2 days, so I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay. Counter offer. We cuddle in the morning, and then the next day we smash.
It's a pretty good counter offer.
That's what I'm saying. He's compromising,
Yeah.
and then just don't go the next day.
Okay. Um. Then yeah. Okay. I could do that.
Oh, yay! You really had me for a second there. I was getting a little bit jealous. Everyone's getting action in my room but me.
Oh damn. I mean, you don't be you don't be for like the past 2 days. No.
Well, I sleep in the afternoon. I told you that. You should just adjust your schedule around mine. Then we could smash all the time.
Mm. Um.
God, man.
It's the bumper again. Don't say that. Don't say that. I gotta go, but I'll see you.
All right. Text me nudes.
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
Is that his goodbye all the time? Is that what he says?
Hangs up on the phone. Well, if you thought that Misty kicked off our afternoon transitions, but now we are going to shift to the rest of the afternoon practices. That's right, guys. It's just the afternoon.
Yeah, we are slow crawling through this right now.
Tim,
3 hours.
Tim, could you please read the yearbook caption for us?
Yeah. A little work, a little wellness, a soft reminder to take breaks.
Okay. So, let me just do a couple of things real quick, just for download JPEG current page. Okay. Cain arrived at the wellness center with a quiet, uneasy dread gathering in his stomach. The morning had already been heavy, receiving the email stating that he would continue his holistic wellness plan well into his second year. When he stepped into Dr. Loonvale's office now, it was immediately obvious that his appointment would be very different from Misty's warm farewell. Dr. Loonvale didn't rise to greet him. She didn't smile. Her posture was crisp, professional. Take a seat, Cain.
Okay. It's he kind of gets the vibe and he just takes a seat, and waits to hear what's about to happen.
She folded her hands atop her lap, eyes scanning him with clinical calculation. I reviewed your academic file in full this morning, she began, and I noticed that Thelhart marked you as having failed the temptation exam. He stated that the reason was your attendance at an elemental blitz session, and I'm struggling to understand how playing a game qualifies as failing to resist temptation, unless, of course, it went directly against the instruction of an overseeing physician.
Um, yeah. Um, after we last spoke, I had a pretty rough day, and I just wanted to let off some steam, um, so I can see. I can. I went against what I was told to do, and I can see why he put that in. And he's like looking down at his like knees and stuff.
It was clear that she knew he played the exact same day she advised him not to, and after an agonizing moment, she exhaled softly through her nose. It seems clear, Cain, that you cannot yet be trusted to make the appropriate decisions for your well being. Her tone was not cruel, just resolutely disappointed. So, against my initial judgment, I've decided to follow a model used successfully by another academic. I'm assigning you a peer mentor. Cain, in many conversations you've had with your peers and professors, you mentioned how it was a struggle for you to navigate without someone directly guiding you like your childhood friend used to. It seems that Dr. Loonvale has heard your prayers and will be assigning you someone. However, given your conversation with Kieran last night, you can't help but wonder if having a peer mentor around may mean that this individual will be the one to color the pages of your story. Knowing this, how does Cain process this development in his wellness plan?
Um, it's kind of like mixed feelings because this is what the first two sessions with Dr. Lima was him saying that he just didn't know what he was doing and he was actively looking for help. But since then, he's kind of sought it out for himself and he's heard so many different opinions, and especially the last time with this last moment with Kieran really cleared and gave him a lot of clarity on things.
Mm-hmm.
So he's happy because he was listened to earlier, but he also understands this might be a struggle for him with what he's currently just kind of like decided on himself.
Mm-hmm. This mentor. Wait, yeah. Am I talking? Yeah. This mentor will keep you accountable until you adjust properly to your new species. The approach proved effective for another student, so I believe you will benefit from it as well. Then she glanced towards the door, pressing like her little intercom button. Dr. Mern, would you please send the student in? There was a pause.
Not ready to see these feelings.
The door cracked open, and instantly Cain felt it. The creeping heaviness, the breath tightening dread, the instinctive flinch in his gut, helplessness, weariness, fear, because stepping through the door with a too wide smile was
You fucking joking me, bro? Oh, why?
panic. Of course it was panic. And they looked absolutely delighted, hands folded neatly behind their back, posture unnaturally polite. They bowed with the elegance of a perfect little demon student. Dr. Loonvale, it's an honor to work under your guidance. It was a performance. Cain knew it. They knew it. Everyone knew it. And that grin, smug, wicked, aching to cause trouble just made Cain's pulse spike. Dr. Loonvale nodded approvingly. Cain, please walk us through your initial reactions.
Panic is part of the reason why he has a rough day that day, and why he kind of did fail his dark magic and listen went against the advice of Loonvale that day too. So it's there's a little bit of anger because this could look a lot differently if that day went differently and panic did less to Cain in that moment. Um, And as to the whole thing he decided with Kieran, Panic absolutely seems like the type of person to fill in the blanks.
Chewing my sandwich 1 second.
Pretty good.
Bet you're on the edge of your seat.
No.
Panic coming out was wild.
Dr. Loonvale states that Panic is a demonic affiliated species native to Draconia. He is currently pursuing elemental manipulation as his primary and is passing with exceptional marks. I believe Panic will serve as an excellent peer mentor for you. Therefore, I am mandating that you spend each of your nights during your winter break with them. You will learn from their structure, discipline, and success. Panic straightened from their bow, finally shifting their gaze to Cain. Their smiles sharpened into something that made Cain's stomach twist. I'm very much looking forward to serving as your shining mentor, Cain. Cain felt the floor tilt beneath him. Winter break has never looked so hellish. So, Cain, Panic's curse already pressed on you harder than any of your own struggles, but now it carried weight in the real world too. On paper, Dr. Loonvale wasn't wrong. Panic was a strong student, a capable mentor. The worst part was that you yourself had asked to learn from him weeks ago, and that request is what led to you becoming his thrall. And now, the very system meant to support you had handed him official authority over you. How does Cain handle this shift when his demon is no longer just a personal burden, but an institutionally sanctioned one?
Um.
Help! Help!
Kane is definitely going through the motions. He's trying to find that positive spin, but if there's two things he can that his mind keeps wandering to is not only is winter break gonna be not much of a break, but also that whole sermon of rest is probably not happening anymore.
It's almost as if you don't belong in that. Oh, anyways, we're gonna shift over to
I have a
Bentley.
follow up question for Kane, real quick.
Go for it.
Kane, if Panic entered the room and he was like, "Nice to meet you," Kane, how would you have felt if he said that?
Nice
if
to
he
meet
walked,
me,
if
like
he
he
was like,
didn't
"Nice,"
know me.
as if he didn't know you at all, as if this is the first time he
That
did read.
that would have. I don't know. I can't even tell you how Kane would feel, but that would have pissed me off. That would piss me off. That's like
Well, I'd like to think that he's doing a version of that because Dr. Loonvale. Let's like follow the thread real quick. Dr. Loonvale asks Misty like, "Hey, did having a peer mentor help you like at all?" And Misty's just like, "Yeah, it was a lot, but like it really fucking helps." So she's like, "Okay, I have this other student that's struggling, so I was thinking about using Gallows' method. Panic would be nice, right?" And you go and you talk to Panic, be like, "How would you feel about being a peer mentor? I'm thinking about assigning you to the homie Cain." Panic's just like, likely didn't mention any of the shit that they've done to Cain already. And there's just like, "Oh no, a student in need? Of course I'll help you, Dr. Loonvale." And he's prancing into the fucking office like, "Dog, it's an honor to work here. Like I'm so excited to be your peer mentor." So to an extent, he is behaving as if I'm not already dog walking this guy.
Can I make a quick two observations?
Yes.
First and foremost, you've been sold to this man twice. Secondly, in your history of these campaigns, this is like the fourth demon you've been sold to.
Think I think the thing that makes it crazy too is on paper, facts. He asks Panic for help. They're both in Draconia. They're both demonic. Like on paper, facts. It just sucks.
You gotta stop talking to the demon.
I'm so sorry, man.
You got.
The one time he did the exact opposite and talked to an angel, they died.
Yeah, it's not looking great. My track record's not great right now.
He's like,
It'll get better.
I'm gonna talk
It'll
to
get
an angel.
better.
I'm gonna talk to an angel this campaign.
Let Panic beat your ass a couple times, let him sit on you, then eventually
I
they'll
would-
loosen up.
I
I mean,
would
that's what
never-
happened to Misty. She got sat on.
You guys did something else.
Yeah.
A little different.
No. In the beginning,
He was taking news of you day one. I don't know. The same situation.
like I had to go through the motions. You know what I mean? And now look at me.
Dog, you guys did something else. I'm about to choke on my sandwich. That's so funny.
I mean, Cain, if you want to follow in Misty's footsteps, it's effective. It's effective.
It
works.
works.
I can't forget about how Cain didn't wake up in time and Panic sat to eat his breakfast while having body disposal stuff in his room.
Bro was about to bury you. Now he's gonna be your mentor.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
I'm not excited for the next campaigns.
Wait, but didn't you change? Oh wait, no, y'all in the same house. No, never mind.
Meanwhile, Bentley had expected another long, draining day in the science lab, another round of group work with half-committed classmates and mismatched schedules. But today was different. He had some solid attendees. The Red Marsh twins were actually working together for once. Malik stood at his sister's side, guiding her gently through the final assignment, pointing out measurements and magic alignments with surprising patience. They were rarely in the same place at the same time, and even rarer still did Malik look so grounded. Before Bentley could settle fully into his own work, a familiar presence drifted into his peripheral. Vex. She sauntered up with a smirk that could slice glass. Well, if it isn't Puppuccino. She dapped him up without hesitation, her ring lightly against his knuckles. So, Bentley, could you provide me with a juicy charisma roll for your dap capabilities?
My dap up.
Your dap up.
All right. Let me look at the charisma skills, cause we gotta use them.
Oh
You can
man,
borrow
use
my-
literature or some shit. I don't know. Science.
Browsing through literature. Alright, I'm gonna reference Legends to fuel courage. I'm trying to think of who has the best dap up history in our Legends.
I'm waiting.
I'm thinking. I gotta go all the way back. Quinn, who do you think is the best at dapping up?
Jasper.
From the Wildlands?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Nice, looks pretty
reference
good at-
Vix in his dap up culture
Cain, you're muted.
during the Crusades of Bone.
Oh, that's hilarious. I was muted. I was talking.
You can't tell me he didn't dap Jasper up every day.
The Wilderlands period.
Alright, so we're going to reference Vix to channel our courage for the saving throw on this unexpected dap.
The King of Fahide.
Stupid.
Let's go, Bentley. Let's go.
Come on, Puppuccino.
Bro, what's wrong with this dap? That's
Wow.
crazy. Stop.
Good shit, Bentley.
Bentley, your dap shakes Vex's arm like she feels it in her soul. And in this moment, you enter a transcendental, just like form of connection. You feel like you could be best friends. You want to hang out with Vex more. You wanna know who's in her pack. You know what? She might even be your third. Like y'all connect on the spiritual level in this moment.
I'd like to thank the Dap Up Tournament of Power for my training.
Zeke says you're coming to the Getty tonight. He told me to keep an eye out for you. She leaned back, giving him one over that was equal parts amused and concerned. I mean, you feel strong, but you look like shit, by the way. Real tired. You should probably sleep sometime today. But hey, no bias or anything. I'm still looking forward to sending you off properly tonight.
Yeah, I'm really tired. And what do you mean sending me off? I feel like that's how people talk when you're about to go like to war or like you're sailing or something.
Dude, you're about to transform from puffy to full on wolf status. Aren't you feel excited?
I'm really excited. I don't really know what a wolf getty looks like. I don't know what to expect.
Shit, you about to find out. It's gonna be so much fun. They actually didn't have shit like this when I was a freshman, so this is new to me too. But I didn't need like no special welcome to Wolf Out. I don't know if you heard, but I'm gifted.
Okay.
Zeke be talking about you sometimes the elemental bliss, so I get it. I do get it. You sound like you are her.
Yeah, it pisses off his girl, but hey.
Damn, that's crazy. You saying that's crazy? Um, I do have a question actually. I'm trying to get Zeke a gift, and I know he's really into like athletics. What would be a good gift to get for an athlete? Because you are like the athlete.
Sometimes when we have equipment, we use it to such a degree that we don't realize that it's being used. I will say that the campus itself, it already has a gym, so maybe buying him gym equipment isn't the play, but get him like, I don't know if he has like a gym bag, maybe some new gym clothes or something like that. Just something to say that you support his lifestyle.
Good. That's good. You see him like writing it down on his phone. I like that. I like that. Great. Misty with the neck pros. But yeah, I'm excited for the party. I'm excited because that's good advice. I feel like everything's coming together. I'm really excited.
All right, looking forward to it. And with a flick of her braids over her shoulders, she returned to her workspace, leaving Bentley staring after her with warmth he pretended not to feel. Now, Bentley, the lack of bias aside, you have a rare opportunity where your students are behaving in the lab. What assignment would you like to work on in this moment to move your papers forward?
Can I start crafting? I have a necklace I was working on. I wanted to incorporate some rose quartz on it and potentially fuse it with my Essus infusion mix that I made earlier.
Go ahead. That is actually going to be a wisdom roll.
I'm like expecting the -3. Negative. No, it's +1 wisdom. Um, let me look at the stuffs. I'm going to use clear incantation from literature, proper spell grammar, studies focus, and it's supposed to give me a +1 in Arcana checks.
All right, go ahead. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, God.
Bentley, you have successfully completed your science final.
He's crying. He's holding his hand up like, "Thank you, God," but most of all, Jesus. Like he thinks it's because he went to church. Like
Church was your initiation, so now they're granting you reward.
Bentley, not only have you completed your science assignment, you have done it with the intentions that you set out for.
thank you. Just God, it's been so hard.
Which brings us to make sure you make a note of that item in your notes tab. I'll give you like a more official text of what it does then. But for now, that's what you got.
The little Dragon Ball Z meme finally loaded in for me. Yeah, I got you.
Now, the sunset savory was warm and lively when Tim pushed through the door. The late afternoon light glowing on the copper fixtures and polished countertops. Ethan's restaurant always had this soft golden atmosphere. It was cozy, inviting, it smelled like herbs and smoke and something grilling just out of sight. Roman spotted him immediately. He stood behind the bar, sleeves rolled up, hair slightly tousled, a dish towel slung over his shoulder like he'd been born back there. But something about him was different today. His movements were smoother, his smile lingered a little bit longer, and there was a confidence in his posture that was almost sultry. It wasn't normally there.
Oh,
Uh oh. You should let sign out.
He gestured Tim over with a slow, easy wave of the fingers. Around the room, Tim recognized a few familiar faces: Nina sipping tea, Ash poking at a dessert, and Luca leaning against the counter beside them. The three were in deep conversation, Nina and Ash discussing exam scores while Luca occasionally chimed in with dry commentary. Nina and Luca didn't strike Tim as a natural pair, but Ash bonded them both together like some strange social glue. And as Tim slid onto a bar stool, Roman greeted him not with words first, but with a plate. A towering, homemade double cheeseburger, thick cut fries that are still steaming, and a tall glass of freshly squeezed Hunga Bunga punch. Bright, bright,
No.
sweet,
No.
and
No.
glowing faintly pink.
No. Let's go. Bring it back real quick.
Roman,
You can't make that. You cannot make that canon.
Roman,
I need,
canon.
I
No.
need to.
I
What are we?
refuse.
What's going on here?
Roman wiped his hands on his rag and leaned forward on the bar, close enough that Tim could catch the warmth of his breath. His grin curled at the corner, softer than usual. Hey man, I Bentley mute. Sorry. She had to say something so bad. As I was saying, his grin curled at the corner, softer than usual. Hey man, I hate to break it to you. He turned his gaze toward the kitchen, eyes glinting. But other than being a great fighter, Ethan's not half as mysterious as we always made him out to be. So, Tim, it's been a minute since you and Roman actually hung out. He's been busy dating, working for Ethan, designing gear, getting his life together, and honestly, a healed Roman is kind of competent, kind of smooth, maybe even a little bit flirty. Clear skin. How does Tim feel seeing his best friend suddenly glow up like this?
Uh, so considering Tim has been completely oblivious to the fact that Roman liked him the entirety of the campaign, except for when he was smoking with him and Rosalind, he's going to just sit there and assume that he's getting dressed up for something later, assuming it has to do with maybe lice or something. So he's going to, um, he's not going to think it's weird. He's going to think, okay, he's just, he's stopping by real quick, got some lunch. Also, I'm so glad he said the thing about Ethan because I'm gonna be real with you guys. I think Operation Ethan has been officially canceled. I have so much on my plate, and at this point, Roman's right. Like he feels fine. I've been here so many times. At this point, it's like I think I'm willing to let bygones be. So, I'm so glad he said that. Anyways, um, well, chef as good as Ethan can't be that evil.
Could you repeat the dialogue you actually said?
To Roman about
Yeah.
about him being a chef. A
Mm.
chef as good as Ethan can't be that evil.
That's what I said. Roman slid a drink across the bar towards
I don't
him.
want to drink it. I'm like for some reason suspicious of this hunga bunga punch that he's sliding in front of me. Like Tim isn't suspicious. I am.
You should be.
Mhm.
Where did he get this from?
It's good.
I'm also wondering where he got it from.
Is it alcoholic?
It's not alcohol.
It's not.
It's
Not
just
gonna give us
punch.
alcohol.
Did Roman make it alcoholic? That's the
Yeah,
question.
Roman hasn't made it alcohol. It's just a nice juice. The Hunga Bunga juice. Now, Roman slides your drink across the bar towards Tim, leaning his weight into the counter with the same quiet confidence he had been wearing since Tim walked in. His gaze softened as he took in Tim's expression. Hey, by the way, I'm really sorry to hear you've been having a hard time lately. He rubbed the back of his own neck. I know things have been rough with Stein and Titan, and I've been thinking about it during the slow parts of my shift. I made you a little list. He reached into his little bartender apron and pulled out a scrap of receipt paper from it and tapped it to the bar. It's just some things you might want to ask them. Deep stuff. Stuff that might pull all three of you on the same page. Tim, I'm going to send these into your note section because it's just like, questions. But sure enough, Roman has made some suggestions for you.
I was waiting for one of the questions to be: does any one of you three like? Well, we know one does. Um, yeah, these are some pretty good questions. We're gonna have a pretty long chat later on. Um, wait, so he handed me like the piece of paper, or he texted it to me?
He handed you a piece of paper, kind of like he was thinking about it while he was on the shift, taking notes, and then slid it into his apron pocket for safekeeping for you.
Okay,
Just
so
for you, man. Just for you, man.
Thinking about you. Yeah, I've been thinking about you.
When
That's the
when
song
it's a
that's
slow
playing in my head
when it's
right
a
now, bro.
slow shift at work and his mind's allowed to wander, it wanders to you, man.
I'm
I'm
fucking screaming.
I'm reading
I'm
through
screaming.
all the questions. I'm like, I say to him like, these are pretty good. I guess I'll have to have a long conversation with at some point. If I like, I don't know if tonight because actually I'm out of character real quick. I have to ask this because I'm worried real quick, so I need to make sure. Midnight. Obviously that means 12. So if I'm doing something at midnight tonight, that means I'm doing something technically speaking in day 1 of tomorrow. Or is that still are we like rule breaking that clarifies as still day 5?
What you were supposed to do tonight was pack up your room. You will no longer be doing that. You will be meeting with people.
Yeah, and so again, I'm clarifying that that still be considered day 5.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so I'm no longer worried.
Mm.
I can do my math homework then.
Mhm.
um. Yeah, I'll have a conversation with them later. At some point tonight, I'm a little busy, which is actually, you know, I want to talk to you about that.
Mhm.
For our enchantments and charms thing, there's a little project going on, and Riven mentioned that he was borrowing magic from you, and so they wanted to know if you wanted to join us tonight.
Tonight.
Uh, During our little get together.
Oh, okay. I haven't really been to enchantments and charms class, but who's in it?
Me, Riven. I don't actually know if he's gonna be there because he's like in the hospital right now. He actually showed up tonight in a tablet, kind of like you did. Uh,
Glad to know that I'm
it's
still a trendsetter.
it's it's Delilah, Jasper, and I don't know if Noel's joining us, but he was there this morning. Maybe he'll also be
Well, I'm wherever you need me to be, so.
there. Okay, well, I mean, I'll let them know you're coming along. I had a very interesting conversation with them as this morning.
Okay.
Uh,
Give me the details. I'm dying. Look, I'm not supposed to say this. And he leans over the table. He was already leaning over the table with like elbows and stuff, but he leans in closer. But
So close.
you know, and he's whispering. You know, there was another group that failed the buddy system. It was Delilah, Marcy, Ezra, and Jasper.
uh, don't worry, I already knew that because
Oh.
when I walked in, the Delilah and Jasper were down each other's throat.
Oh my god, like I have emails and emails from Delilah. She's trying to contest the results. Ethan's not even giving me any fucking guidance. He's just like, just make it go away. Like, okay, like what the fuck am I supposed to do with that information?
Destroy the computer.
The hair tucked behind the ear.
Stop, bro.
Oh my! I don't even know how I'm gonna slide into this conversation. This I don't even know how to like say this. Um. Uh. God damn it. Uh. So I was talking to all of them, and did you know that everybody, or I don't know, everybody, at least the people there, assumed that me and you were dating this entire. Apparently, since the third day of school.
Come again?
Yeah. So Delilah was talking, and she had mentioned she said that you were my partner, and then Noelle had spoke up and said we've been dating since day 3 of being here.
Don't forget the
So.
percentage.
Of course. Uh, Noelle had gracefully informed me that you are you are 50% homosexual.
you know.
You only got your own percentage, man.
and and the surprise from him, he said I'm 33% homosexual.
So you say all this, and Roman's like leaning over the counter, hands folded, processing the information, arching their back, salacious, and
Where's the
they slowly stand back up, in that straight man kind of way, and they say, "Wait, I have so many questions, but the first one being 33%."
The real
uh
questions.
The real question. Hell
Uh,
yeah. Hell yeah, Roman. You get that in, Roman.
he has to make sure. He's like 33. That's a pretty high number. It's not zero. It's not.
I'm screaming. I'm going to
Uh,
start screaming.
11:30 for the second.
yeah, he I don't know what part of me is I don't know what 33% of that is, but he said 33%.
Like,
So
so when the other day when Professor Lucas visited us in our classroom for the presentations, how did that make you feel?
you gotta say it, bro. You gotta say he was a fine ass motherfucker. You gotta say it, bro.
Roman gonna dye their hair blonde.
He's been straightening his hair.
um, 33% of me was talking that day.
Is there a is there a particular feature that stood out to you? Do you think it was primarily the glamour that drew you in, or was there some other aspect?
Um, I feel like that's that you have to ask the 33% of me that.
Okay. That
Uh,
aside,
a good time to mention that there was somebody that did mention your name the other day.
who?
that um I think I know who the 33% is, and he's let's just say the joke I made a while ago might be true.
Oh, um, I'm very like I said, I have a bunch of questions, but I find it
I
interesting that according to Noel's gaydar, that pansexuality is considered 50% homosexuality. Um,
I didn't really get that far in the conversation. We were trying to work on the project. I felt like a little bit of a side note, so maybe I'll ask him
yeah.
exactly what the percentages mean next time.
No, I'm attracted to all genders. It's mostly based on vibes.
So we're 50% of those vibes, like
Hmm.
we're 50% of those vibes
Bisexual.
vibes men, because I feel like that's what Noel was picking up.
Well, you already know that at some point, it's like cheeks are. Yeah. Now here's the T. Not only does his cheeks flush up a slight red color at the memory, but you notice that his hair starts to glow faintly, like a little shine,
Is
a
he
spark.
turning Super Saiyan?
And he says, "Well, you already know that at some point I had a crush on you,
Still do.
At some point, okay.
but
At some point, man. You know what point it is.
as you
Okay.
know,
This point.
I'm exploring my options."
Well, to be fair, then it is 50% because it's me and then another
Oh,
person.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
I'm
suppose
I'm
that's fair, but
He's already got the 33% here for me. I gotta ask him.
Lice technically they use she they pronouns, so technically she can count as either or.
What if it's like that's like the 25%, like she 25, they 20, and then he 50.
See, but there's a whole spectrum of pronoun. I won't get into that right now. Anyways, so I talked to
I think you know
Ethan.
the numbers, okay?
I talked to Ethan um about something more serious. The other thing that you said was stressing you out. Whew, he sighs, shaking himself out of that conversation. Um, eyes drifting towards the kitchen. So here's the thing about Ethan. He has like no filter if you're around him long enough. So I've kind of gotten the hunch that Solstice hides things from students and he just follows the rules that they give him. His expression darkened a little bit. He gets a little thoughtful. He said that Salem is most likely somewhere in the Rift or on a separate plane entirely. We can check both possibilities if we can get into her room, try to pinpoint who she last spoke to, deity wise. If she reached out to someone powerful, that's where we start searching. So I was thinking that on day one, morning of winter break,
So much
we could
shit.
see
Oh my god, please.
we could see
Damn it.
what we could find out.
Uh,
So Tim, in just one afternoon with Roman, he already addressed the two problems weighing on you the most. Stein was the one who encouraged you to reconnect with a friend, and standing here now, do you think he was right?
yeah. I mean, he basically just said, "Here's two solutions to both the problems that you brought up to me. Let's do it." So I mean,
You know
clearly
what?
this was the right decision.
You know what? As a reward to Sai, you should let him out right now.
What am I doing with Cha Cha in the morning?
You're moving into the family dorm.
Not anymore.
Whoa. She could still beat your ass, but you know she gonna call
Ah,
the bike
I'm
club.
pregnant. Misty, go kick his ass.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm pregnant.
Fine.
Misty. I summoned Misty.
That's why there's two girls in the bike club now.
Yeah, y'all could outsource different types of violence.
I gotta get pregnant next.
Bruh, wait.
What?
Is that what we were concluding here?
Yes.
Everyone knows that Roman's the next person getting pregnant.
That's also insane. So so Roman was saying?
Oh my fucking god, dude! Because I want to do that.
Talk to your baby mama.
Yeah, you know what? I got that. I don't know what my schedule is for day two. She's tired. Like, I was thinking for your sake, of course, we'll just take the day off day one as well, and then we'll move in day two. Sounds like the perfect plan.
Or you could push back the Roman thing to day two.
If I really want to do that.
I mean, Roman's currently sitting here lathered up in baby oil. Are you really gonna deny?
Are you going to deny him this right now? After
Uh,
everything he's done for you?
I'm supposed to be moving into the family dorm tomorrow. Cha Cha's been so tired lately. I think we could probably push that to day two. I could meet you there tomorrow to her room.
Mm. Just make sure you communicate it with her.
No.
I don't. When am I even gonna be able to fucking do that?
Dexter.
Yeah, call her. Y'all have phones. Bob just hit up Misty via phone.
That is
Via,
true.
via cellular device,
I
man.
forget you can call people, man.
Hmm.
Yeah, and
We
Missy
get
has
phone
to
calls.
send him news later or something. Um. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess that's the plan. I'm gonna call her.
Yeah. What's it? Roman's gonna take the phone and say he's not coming home because he's sleeping with me. Dirty Diana.
Is it even a plan? Not. We'll worry about that later.
All right.
Let me bring Stein out, and you guys can talk, and then we'll go from.
Mm. No, Roman. You know what? Y'all moved on from that conversation, okay? Roman steered that away. Are you trying to bring it back in?
No.
Okay. All right. So, is there anything else you would like to say to Roman before we take off?
um. Let me take a look at my notes. Um.
Tolman.
No, 'cause I think I'm good for now.
Okay.
We're meeting later on, anyways.
Rim is crazy. Rim is crazy. as their ship name. That's adultery.
Good.
That's adultery. Pre-play.
No, Rim is better.
No, Rim is bad. Rim is bad.
Rim is great.
Pretty bad.
No, it's pretty bad.
Perfect.
Those are none of those names are at all.
God, this is gonna suck. I don't want. I don't want to experience this right now.
I'm watching a play.
Yeah, I know.
Backstage nerves, whispered lines, and the hum of possibility. This the whole goddamn school. Wait.
Yeah, man.
Students and professors streamed towards the auditorium in a steady, buzzing tide. The opening night of the Crusade of Halls drew nearly everyone to the venue, some out of genuine passion for the arts, others out of curiosity, boredom, or the thrill of seeing their classmates perform. Only a handful were absent due to illness or total disinterest, but the vast majority arrived eager to support someone in the cast or crew. The air carried the unmistakable blend of excitement and tension that comes with any first performance. Costumes rustled backstage, murmured conversations filled the lobby, and lantern light flickered across the polished floors as people claimed their seats. As the audience settled and the last few groups filtered into the rows, you could feel the anticipation rising like held breath. So, players, are you excited for the play tonight? What emotions, expectations, or anxieties are running through your character? And also, who would they like to try and sit with?
Um, Bentley's really excited. He's been seeing them put together this play for basically a week now, which in campaign is almost like what, a month? And then from there, a lot of his favorite people are participating. So it's just, it's all around really nice to see it all come to fruition. And you've already seen them run through it once when they were doing their rehearsal. So now you're getting to see like the full thing with all the pyrotechnics and stage effects. He would try and sit next to Vice.
Alright, so Vice doesn't have an available seat next to him. However, upon seeing Bentley, he waves Bentley over.
You about to sound like bro.
Yeah, I think you're about to sit on his lap.
Vice, oh my god, hi.
Seems to be no room here.
Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Oh, here's the tea. Vice, as you get there, there's no seat. He lifts up his feet and puts them on the back of someone's chair. Like he crosses his legs on the back of someone's chair. That someone is Lee. So Lee has to like sit for it. Like he looks back like he wants to say something, and then he sees it's Vice, and he just kind of hunches over in his chair. And then Vice places a hand on Bentley's shoulder and is guiding him towards his lap. Marcy's just sitting there looking. Marcy's just sitting there looking at y'all like.
Wait, but your feet are all up in Lee's chair.
Oh,
Don't you want to just move a roll back?
yeah, he don't mind.
Ask Lee if he minds.
I don't want to put him in that position. Be mad as fuck. Don't ask me if you can't help me.
Don't ask me if you can't help. It's so funny.
Okay. I mean, as long as everybody's cool with it.
All right, so Bentley has selected his seat. Cain.
Cain is just intrigued by the play. He doesn't have a lot of connections to the theater club per se, but he's heard it around as he's been operating through the school, and he's excited to see the end result because he does know that the people here have been passionate and been working towards it. And of course, he's gonna go try to sit next to Nino.
Mm-hmm. Now, Cain, fortunately for you, Nina saved you a seat.
Hell yeah!
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh
thought
my
you were gonna
god,
sit on Nina's lap too.
Hilarious.
I'm so excited for the play. It's the
Yeah.
literature stuff come to life. I'm really excited to see their interpretation of it.
Yeah, me too.
Popcorn?
This is
And she digs in her bag and she has a Ziploc bag of popcorn.
you are amazing. You know, I didn't even think about bringing popcorn.
Mhm. I got a lot of things. I have some. So I made some chili yesterday. Uh, and I also I have some ham sandwiches. Um, if you want, I have some hunga bunga punch.
Oh my god.
Mm,
What punch? What?
hunga bunga punch.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, they were serving it at lunch the other day, and it was so good. I just kind of like filled my water bottle and several water containers with it, and I just put it in my fridge.
She just has gallons of funga bunga punch in her room.
I would love to try some punch and some popcorn. Thank you for saving me a seat.
What about the ham sandwich? You want me to put some mayonnaise on it?
She has mayonnaise with it.
Honestly, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's valid.
What do you not have in your book?
But this is awesome. Yeah.
Mhm.
She brings out a table. She's like, grab this out real quick.
She pulls out like a 5-star meal, like a 5-course meal of like the equivalent of a 5-course meal, but for like college students. So
Do you
it's
want
like
bread
ramen, ham
parmesan on your
sandwiches.
sandwich?
So Misty, the only open seat is next to Luca. Where would you? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'd cry. Okay, so, bruh, who the fuck she gonna sit by? Cause there's Marcy, and then obviously I see Ba, and then obviously I see Lice, and then
I mean, just sit between Marcy and Bob.
mm, but there's Lice. Is Lice? Is there a seat near Lice? Probably not.
Well, even if there wasn't, you could just sit on Lisa's lap.
Yeah, exactly.
There is a seat
Since we know that
near
it's
Lice,
an
Ba,
option,
and Marcy.
Are Ba and Marcy sitting next to each other, or that's just how?
Nah, they're sitting. This is the seating. I know you're asking yourself why isn't she sitting with Zeke? You know they're not obsessed with each other. You know they could be people.
They can be people.
They can be people.
Y'all. Yeah. Um. Mm. I am.
Decisions, bro.
Decision.
Obviously, I want to sit next to Elias, but then I should probably sit next to Marmar.
ask Lice to
Marcy
come
would
down
be
there with
like-
you so you can sit all next to each other at one big group.
Musical
You
chairs.
next to Marmar and Baba and your Miss, you know?
Why the fuck? Okay. Okay.
Or Luca.
I.
Or
No.
Luca.
No.
No?
No.
No?
breaking
Not
your
on
heart right now.
talking terms.
You could be. You
No,
can
not
sit
yet.
on his lap.
Yes, say nothing. Just walk to the front and sit on his lap, bro.
Sit on his lap.
That's crazy work.
What is he
What you're
gonna do?
saying right there.
What is he gonna do?
Push me off. Embarrass me.
Slap him across the face, embarrass him back. Slap him on his bald head.
Be the player.
Make that sound the fucking on his
Make him sit on your lap.
Exactly.
This the sound.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna sit next to.
Get crazy. Sit on Marcy's lap.
Stop. Stop. Okay. I saw lights today. I had. Listen.
Sit on Roman's lap. Go crazy.
No,
You did already have a
that's for
phone
size. That's for
call.
size. Hold on. That's for size.
You did already have a phone call with Boss. You don't. You shouldn't go to Boss. It's Marcy or Luca. You know.
It's
Yeah,
Marcy
you're
or
right.
Luca.
Wait, no, not Luca. Hold on.
That was right.
Wait. But she also was texting Marcy this morning, so like,
Oh, you know
technically it's
what?
only Luca. It's only Luca.
No, we're not gonna use that logic no more because that's not fair. No.
Break the ice. Tell him to stop being mad at you. Be like, you know I'm obsessed with you. Stop being mad.
No, maybe that's for like another day. That's for another day. Okay, so
Like today.
no, not no. No.
Like
Today is
tonight.
Cambria's day.
Midnight ass.
No, I will not be attending. I am going to sit next to.
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll, please. I'll tell you what.
Hey yo, there's no empty row.
You can just
Absolutely
sit-
not.
Yeah, you can
They
just
barred
sit-
off all the other rows. It's a small theater.
It's crazy.
Sit on like the ledge of the stage.
Okay.
Sit on Gallows' lap. Oh, he's not here. Sit on Lucas's lap.
He heard you were
Yeah.
coming. He had to
Sit on
take his
Ethan's
day
lap.
off.
Sit on Ethan's lap.
That's gonna get you hit.
Yeah, it's gonna get her hit, all right.
Yeah, Ethan will.
Okay, I'm just gonna sit with Marcy.
Yeah.
I was hoping you'd say that. So you go to sit next to Marcy, and you're like, she sees you, she goes to wave, but as you know, Ba's right next to her. So as she's waving, she is immediately overshadowed by Ba going, ah, Miss, and he like raises his hand. He's on the edge of the fucking row, and he sees you, and he pulls you into a hug. He's like, "Oh my god, it feels like forever since we've seen each other." And he raises his arm, and Marcy goes, "The fuck."
Marcy the drama roll.
Like he moves, and whatever scent he has just becomes like public domain.
That's not how you way to put it. Can you stop?
You see like Malik turn around, Rosalind, and he wraps his arms around you. He's giving you a squeeze. And he's like, "Oh my god, Miss, it's been so long since I've seen you. How you been?"
You joker.
So as you know, she was gonna sit next to Marmar because it's been a while since she saw Marmar. But then Ba comes in and does his thing, and she kind of like she hugs him back and like pats his back a little like uh I mean I've been fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. Kind of here out of boredom though. Hey, you see what Vice is doing over there? Let's get us some of that. Come here. And he sits back down and he leans back in the chair, just rubbing his lap, opening his arms, the grabby hands.
The uppy hands.
Silence is deafening.
Um, it's like um, she like looks at him, and then she looks to Marcy. She looks back at Ba, but then she looks to Marcy again. She's like,
Mm. And then she looks at Luca. She's like,
then she looks at Lice. Um, she,
and then she leaves. She's
she
like, I can't do it anymore.
yo, I'm stressed.
This is Mark.
So she is.
Fake it, don't listen, leave.
She kind of just. Instead, she kind of like pats his head. Just.
And he hugs her waist and is pulling her.
She's like trying not to sit on his lap. She's trying to sit in the chair.
Oh, I get it, I get it. Here. And he lets you sit in the chair. And then he
Oh,
sits
yes,
on your lap.
Oh my god.
Then he sits in your lap. Ah, this is nice. You know, we're battling gender roles here.
You know you're not like 4'11", right? I can't. I cannot see the face.
Yeah, but we got two seats right here, so just kind of man spread a little bit, and I'll sit in between your legs. Yeah, I'll put up the cup holder.
Tell him he's heavy as shit and get up.
Tell him to sit next to you, bro.
Just sit next to me. Sit next to me, boy. Just right here. She like pats the chair next to her. Just
No.
Such fake snoring. He's like,
I just missed you so much. I just wanna crawl inside. Just cuddle. Squeeze.
so she's going to just. She's not stronger than him.
you don't know that.
He does know that. This has been proven by rules.
But she could try it again and try to toss
Nah, she.
inside it.
Toss ball all the way into Luca's ass.
I'll leave Luca alone.
Um.
Start screaming help.
Who's gonna help you?
Just say hi to Marcy.
Yeah. Not for real. Sit next to me.
He's not gonna just say yes.
You'll get used to it. Don't worry.
God.
If you get uncomfortable, you could just sit on my lap. It's alright.
What?
If you get uncomfortable, you could just sit on my lap. It's alright. You're just cranky because you haven't slept.
It's. Can.
I don't think you're getting out of this, to be honest. Unless you hit him with.
I'm gonna have to. You know, it's too. I think it's too much. It's too much for me to try and push this boy off me. Ugh. He's just gonna like, kind of like, man spread and just lean back in this fucking chair and just
And
grumpy as fuck. Can't see.
he,
Just mad.
when you man spread, he adjusts the way he's laying, head on your chest, slumped. He's comfortable.
Of course he is.
Honestly, he sounded like he got it down to a science.
And you sit there having submitted, and you look to the right, and all you can see is Marcy just looking. Marcy just looking at you like this what you been up to? Just all in the gaze.
Yeah, Misty kind of like looks back at Marcy and just. She's like rolling her eyes and like looking at Bond. It's just like.
Mm.
Such a fucking brat.
Meanwhile, Tim,
Mm-hmm.
where would you like to sit? I know where 33% of you would like to sit.
The other 33% is interested in sitting up there because I want to talk to see what these percentages is all about. Got to clarify what's going on with this list here.
Hmm.
At this thing.
Ignoring the play. Hey, Noel, we talked about the percentages you were talking about earlier. Okay, I don't know exactly where you got them. I'm gonna go sit next to Roman if there's a seat.
Obviously, Roman saved you a seat.
Yeah.
Mm. Now, unlike Nina, Roman doesn't need to sneak in snacks.
Hey,
Mhm.
relax,
Mm.
relax. Nina don't deserve that.
So
I'm pretty happy with my ham sandwich mayonnaise right now, man.
mhm. You have access to freshly popped poppeth corn, hot dogs, and a large cola.
Where are those hot? Where is he having those hot dogs?
There's concession stands.
Pulls a dog from his pocket. Hey, you want one?
Hmm. And now, a flare of golden lantern light. Sorry, the lights dim, and the audience hushes. A flare of golden lantern light sweeps over the stage as Cambria, playing holes, bursts through the towering doors of the Cruelfell Royal Castle. The set shakes with the force of her entrance, her cape flaring, blade raised, musket raised, righteous, righteous fury burning through every gesture. Gasps echo through the auditorium. The grim trials of Sazerac have begun. Cambria, as Halls. Cruelfell, hear me! She points her musket at the startled nobles. No longer will your arrogance stain the realm. I challenge you to combat, to truth, to honor. A roar of applause breaks. The Honeybrew nobles rally behind her. Suddenly, Cider, played brilliantly by Kai, staggers forward with exaggerated wobbly knees. Oh shucks, Halls.
Oh,
I
oh.
I don't think I'm strong enough, or smart enough, or God's help me, clever enough to take on these here demons. He wrings his hands. What do you want me to do? Halls, played by Cambria, steps close, lowering her voice in a conspiratorial whisper the audience can barely hear. Distract their strongest warrior with one of those seductive jigs you're famous for. Cider, played by Kai, his eyes widen with dramatic terror and pride. You got it, Chief. He pirouettes off stage in the most ridiculously sensual jig imaginable, earning laughs and whistles from the crowd. The light shifts, the music softens, a warm glow spills over Halls as he turns towards Alora, played by Delilah. Hall steps forward, heart flushed, extending a hand. Alora, my love, I cannot stand idle while this demonic court mocks me, mocks us, mocks Honeybrew itself. Cambria lifts Alora's hand gently to her chest. Will you stand beside me? Will you honor me by joining this battle? The audience collectively melts, but before Alora can respond, a chilling laugh breaks the moment. The spotlight shifts. Enter Crave, played by Ezra, silhouetted in crimson. This place where the place where she belongs is Cruelfell. He steps forward with a coiling menace. With me, his voice deepens. Allura, reconsider. Choose power. Choose victory. Choose me. The crowd holds its breath as Delilah plays the inner conflict beautifully. She looks between them, Hall's trembling devotion and Crave's dark invitation, before stepping forward. She takes Hall's hand. My loyalty is with Honeybrew, and with Hall's I shall represent my people. Gas. Cheers. Ezra lifts his chin, voice icy. So be it. Then you can die with them. The music swells, lights blaze. The duel is moments away, and the crowd is on fire. Players, how does your character respond to seeing your classmates capture one of the lessons you've read or dropped from literature in living color and with absolute brilliance?
Ezra comes on the stage and Bentley screaming. Like, you've never seen Ezra like this. It's even better. The lights, the show, the action. You're so proud. You're so proud. Which personality is this? You never met them.
Kane's enjoying it thoroughly. Is he likes literature a lot. He's been getting good grades in it. He's been reading the stories, and seeing one come to life is pretty fun. And his classmates are doing such a great job. So
Misty dropped literature, so I don't even know if she read this shit or not. But it looks good. Cambria looks good. Obviously, when Cambria came on, she's like, "Oh my god, that's my baby girl." Yes, that's my baby girl up there.
Oh, she's kind of cute.
I know, right?
Tim has a nice front row view of this whole thing.
Nice
Where she's
meal.
just chowing down on hot dogs, cola, and popcorn. Just
holy
whatever
hand
drugs.
Roman.
Yeah, popcorn in one hand, cola in the other hand, and
Your hands is meeting the popcorn.
Yo, you're too busy looking at Roman.
Ah.
You didn't notice it before, but Roman's hair is a different color now.
it's blonde. It's
It's
what?
blonde.
When did you do that? We
Misty,
just left. Like what?
Misty, could you read the caption?
Um, the curtain closed, but the night stayed bright.
The final chords of the orchestra echoed through the hall as the lights slowly rose, revealing a stage transformed back from battleground to polished wood. One by one, the actors and stagehands emerged from behind the curtains. Cambria, Delilah, Ezra, Kai, and every performer who helped bring the Crusade of Halls to life. The crowd erupted into applause. It had been 2 full hours of brilliant, sweeping stage combat, shimmering illusionary magic that washed over the audience like waves, and choreography so sharp it rivaled anything they'd seen during the integration exam. Their friends moved with confidence, precision, and raw emotion, powerful in a way normally reserved for battlefields and elemental arenas. Watching them felt electric, as beautiful and exhilarating as a perfect round of elemental blitz. The cast bowed deeply, the stagehands bowed with them, and for a moment the entire auditorium was nothing but pride, noise, and the glow of shared accomplishment. So, players, now that the performance is over, is there anyone from the cast you'd like to greet backstage or congratulate?
Meet and greet.
Unless Bentley wants to go first.
You already know who I'm gonna talk to, so I think we should do it backwards.
I um. So yes, Misty would like to go backstage to congratulate Cambria and have the flowers ready.
Cambria's like sweating, her whole lace front, her red or lace front is like hanging on by a thread. She sees the flowers. She goes, "Oh my God, you came! Yeah, I saw you in this. I saw it. Oh, oh! I saw you. I saw you in the audience. Oh my God, was I as amazing as I felt?"
Yes, 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 and yes. Red is absolutely your fucking color. I said this last time when we went to the ball. Red is your fucking color.
Yeah, maybe I'll think about going red for my second year. Oh my God, this is so much fun.
You did so good. You did so fucking good. I am so proud of you.
Thank you so much. And she's gonna give you a hug.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Missy's like hugging her, like,
Mm-hmm.
What's the smell?
uh,
fuck. Yeah, I only came here for my baby girl.
anyone else?
Uh, I think Cain would go to the backstage crew, so like the three in the back, and just gotta give awe and praise to how well done the theatrics were. Like all the, show appreciation to the back crew.
Eos is gonna say some out of pocket shit like, it's really easy to move the stage props around when you're 40 feet tall and behind the curtain.
Cain thinks about it, like, you know what? That's a valid point. Either way, though, you did a great job.
Wait, pause. So he's like, he's in glamour off?
It was for the play. Put it back on for, entertaining you small bees.
You small bees. So yeah, he's just one of the backstage crew. Gives him props for the behind the scenes stuff because they also make the play.
Obviously, I'm gonna talk with Ezra.
Can you describe the transition from Vice's lap to Ezra?
Hilarious.
But I gotta go congratulate Ezra. I'm gonna be right back. I think. Yes, probably. Put pin in that. I don't know. Maybe. Yes. I'll be right back. So he's like climbing off of Vice's lap and he's like running down the aisle. Because apparently people are just
I
allowed back.
feel like with your level 2 exhaustion, I must prompt a dexterity check. Because Bentley has some issues with this in the past that should be addressed.
Like
I
falling down.
mean,
So if you could go ahead. No running in halls. It's stairs, it's dark. Level 2 exhaustion.
let's see how bad this goes, bro.
Hit every stair on the way down. It's
You gotta stop
Again.
doing that. Ben, you gotta stop.
you start falling and you're about to like eat concrete on the edge of the stage and you feel yourself suspended in air. It's Kai reaching over the stage and just gripping you by the back of your shirt.
You did so good.
Bentley, what did we say about running?
Sorry. Not supposed to run anywhere really.
Okay, we're next time you're gonna be a little bit more gentle, right?
I'll walk.
Bensley, are you okay?
Ezra, you did so good. I'm fine. I just really need to sleep. It's been like 2 days, but you guys did so great.
You don't intend to sleep tonight, do you? 'Cause your little soiree.
Level 3 exhaustion.
You think I'm God? I don't. Mm, mm.
Sleep. What's that?
I'll figure that out.
What is sleep?
Uh-huh.
The new concept.
Kai's like, Ezra, I thought you said that you'd handle this, and Ezra's just like, I did. I'll do better.
No, it's
Mm. Yeah, okay. The next time I see you at the winter ball, you better have had 14 hours of sleep.
You
I
got
will
you.
figure out how many sequences that will take, and I shall achieve it. Yes.
All right. Which brings us to the last few slides of the night. The nighttime. So, Misty, if you would be. Oh. Hold on. No spoils.
No spoil.
No spoils.
Spoils?
No spoils. Let me just download this.
Spoil.
Current page. JPEG. Downloads. It's coming. I'm finding it. Here we go. Boom. So, Misty, could you read the caption for us?
Yes. The snakes listen better than most. A surprisingly peaceful night.
The lab was quiet in the night, lit only by soft lanterns and a gentle glow of enchanted terrariums. Misty stepped inside, her footsteps light and careful on the polished floor. Given her arrangement with Bob, he stayed a few paces behind, not inside, to stealth the animals per se. Let the animals behave as if he's not there but still close enough to hear what's going on. Prometheus was waiting. The great serpent was coiled neatly inside their enclosure, pale scales glinting like moon water. At the sound of her approach, their head lifted, tongue flicking once, twice, tasting her presence. Their golden eyes brightened with unmistakable recognition. The snake shifted, uncoiling just enough to create a ripple through the cage bars. The beckoning gesture. Prometheus pressed their snoot gently to the latch with surprising tenderness, urging Misty to open the cage so that they could stretch their scales.
Lord, I'ma die. Trusting this damn snake.
You'll be right.
Um,
Look at them. They have a little puppy face.
it's the snoot. So Misty. Well, can I cast? Uh, can I pass? Oh my God. Cast polyglot, please.
You may.
Okay. Seems like plus 2, I think.
You successfully cast Polyglot.
Nice. Okay. So Misty like enters the room. She comes close to the little encasing that Prometheus is in, and like opens the latch and allows them to like kind of rise up and do their little thing. Good evening.
Prometheus slid out of the enclosure with serpentine grace, scales whispering across the polished floor like soft rain, their body unfurled, long and powerful, stretching from one end of the lab tile to the other before coiling loosely around Misty's ankles. Their voice slid out like warm silk wrapped around a knife. Thank you, little lizard. They lifted their head to meet her eyes. Now, I require sustenance. I am hungry. The words dropped heavy and expectant in her chest. And you, little lizard, will see to this. Show me how you intend to feed me. So, Missy, how do you plan to use your knowledge of serpents and the classroom to feed Prometheus?
You know what's fucking crazy? I asked this little snake here if I should bring something to eat, and they told me no.
Snake did
He
say
So
ain't
no.
know
now
yet.
look at me,
Maybe he had a bad hunting day.
man. I'm about to open this window and let him go out, let him eat, and then come back.
Give him one of the hogs that you had to a few days, like a few weeks ago,
Damn, that's crazy.
or the ferret.
Oh,
Boss
give him the
ferret.
ferret. Don't give him the ferret.
Give him Steve.
Um, so you're hungry. So Misty, can I guess perception roll to see if there's any food for the Prometheus?
Wait, isn't there a cage of mice just?
They're both muted, but
The
she's
the
perception
anticipation.
rolling.
All right, Misty, you're having a hard time finding something at sight. It's kind of dark. Your eyes are kind of like blurry because you're tired. You might have to take another approach.
Um, let's see here. Can I hold on? I don't have anything on my person. Um, I'm not offering myself. That's crazy.
Jumping to that conclusion was crazy.
Yeah.
Misty comes home without an arm.
Bruh.
Um. Uh. Can I? Are they attached to me right now? Like, are they? Can I bring them maybe to the, like a, I don't know, where the other prey animals are probably are?
With that perception roll, no, you don't know where they're enclosed right now.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to use some of the talent and skills you've learned in class to assist you.
Guys, I need help because what?
Uh,
You can
you can
tell him to
try.
he's not eating.
Talk to him. You can ask him a question. You can use your magnetism to just summon a regular like rat, like not an enclosed one, but like a regular one or something like that.
Animal magnetism, trying to attract the animal that's not a part of the lab. Because I
Yeah,
feel like these buildings, you can like step in and out of them. I'm getting the impression that they're like separate and they're not just in a massive like facility.
yeah.
You summon that bee, I think.
So you can
Okay.
like summon a random animal. You can talk to it, ask what it wants to eat, or whatever, or what where you should go to get it something to eat. So you have a couple options.
Okay. One, I will ask Prometheus what they would like to eat, and if they know where they normally keep the feeding for them.
Prometheus is going to say, "Are you not a straight A student of this class?"
I can't see.
Okay. Give me a second. Um, may I use magnetism? Can I like go to like the window or whatever, like open the window, use magnetism to see if I can bring animals a little closer?
You may. You successfully cast magnetism. A lot of late night rodents and mice come through. In particular, there's a couple of white mice. And they're just like, "Hey, hello, hi, hey, you called us? What's up? Hi, hey, what's up? Hey, what's good?"
Start throwing them at Prometheus. Make it a game with him. Prometheus, think
Oh,
fast.
fuck. Yeah, so Missy's gonna say, "Hey guys, what's up?" And she kind of like leans down to like try and pick some of them up. And like,
What's good?
they're
What
so
did you
cute.
want? What's happening?
What?
So
can we
she's
maybe
just
can we maybe turn off polygon?
Are you gonna shoot? Are you gonna shoot them straight? Or you gonna lie?
can, can we can we maybe turn off polygon for the mice? Can we maybe do that?
damn, this sucks. I
You
feel
don't
like
have to.
this is like the second time I've done something like this before. I don't know. Kind of sucks. Um, so Misty's like holding like a couple of mices, and and then she like looks to Prometheus, and she's like, okay, like what do you think? And she like kind of brings them to where he can see them.
Ah! Oh my god! Ah! Ah! Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god! What is that? Ah! I'm not muted.
Here, you were muted.
Ah!
You have to leave.
Ah! Oh my god! Ah! It's a stab! Ah! It's not. It's picking up on here. Oh, okay, okay. And then Prometheus like kind of rises in their coils, and they're just like, "I like to catch them. Throw them to me." Ah!
Oh
Ah! Oh God! It's a snake! Ah! Oh, no! 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 Don't do it! Don't do it! Don't do it! I have
Tim,
kids. I have
I can
kids.
hear her going crazy.
I have kids.
So
I have
just
kids.
imagine, like,
It's just
it's a
censored.
circle of life, you know what I mean? So you kind of have to give back to the community. So she kind of like holds one mice, and she kind of just like,
No, please. No, I have a family.
The mouse.
I have
yeah,
a
to make them
family.
feel better that they're giving
No,
back to the community.
no, no. If you feed me, who's gonna bring food back to my family? Oh, oh, please, no, no, God, no, no, please. Chump.
I don't condone this in real life, you guys.
Thimble! Thimble, no! Now he had a family! Ah, who's gonna take care of his 38 kids?
He's stupid.
38. That's on him.
Oh no, please, please, no, no, no. Prometheus is gonna be like, toss me another one.
Oh,
Ow,
my God.
no, no, please,
She's like holding
no,
by the tail.
please don't, no, 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 please, I'll do anything. No, 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 no. Chomp. There's one mouse left. Oh no, Thimble, Rosemary. The children. Oh, God, no, the horrors. Oh, oh God. Oh, no, please. Find kindness in your heart to spare me so that I may at least inform their families of what has occurred today. Ah, no. You can hear the mouse praying before it's chomped by Prometheus. No more mouses. There is only silence.
I feel evil.
Well, at least you play poker now.
She played poker now.
You could see the three mice making their way through their long snake-like body. Snake-like, it is a snake body. And they say, "Thank you, little lizard." They lifted their head to meet her eyes. I have a request.
Another one. You just made 3 mice.
Their tail flickered. You will speak to Gallows. You will tell him that I require a double portion of food from now on. Their tongue flicked sharply. He no longer listens to me. Not after the incident.
What?
Prometheus didn't elaborate, but a pulse of dark amusement throbbed through their essence, suggesting Misty did not want the details. Do this for me, and only then will I consider granting you a seat at the table. Misty, it's been a long time since you spoke with Gallows as an individual, and now you needed to figure out how to repair your bond with him if you wanted a decent relationship with the animals. How do you think you may approach this problem?
Oh God. You know what? That's why Baw is like what, a couple feet out there. Just be like, hey, buddy. Um, change of plans. You remember how you mentioned you wanted the tag team Gallows?
What? You're actually following? All right.
Holy shit, he got.
So you are going to enlist Ba. I look forward to you talking Ba through that. Prometheus waited, hungry and expectant, curious to see if Misty would rise to the challenge. And now we shift over to Cain, which I'm pretty sure he's just sleeping. So
I'm just eeping.
okay. So Cain collapsed into his dorm room like a man who had lived three separate lifetimes in one afternoon. From from a serene interfaith service to Dr. Loonvale's clinical disappointments to a 2 hour play filled with magic and emotional intensity, his mind felt like a shaken jar of glitter. He barely had the energy to breathe. He threw himself onto his bed with a long exhale, staring at the ceiling, and instantly felt every muscle lock because something was there. Someone. Panic.
And why are you my roommate?
Clinging to
Dude, trying to sleep.
clinging to the ceiling like a horror movie creature, paper fan in hand, eyes glowing with absolute mischief. Good night, Thrall. Cain's blood ran cold. Oh no. Oh gods. He had approximately 1 second before the fan came swinging. He had to move now. So, Cain, how would you like to avoid the dreaded fan of nightmares from panic in a split second?
I will try to use my magic to hold him in place.
Mm-hmm. Let me just go into your character sheet real quick to hold him in place.
It's all I got right now.
Kenny's like half asleep. He's like just like reaching his arm.
Mm.
Stay right there.
Kid, after seeing panic,
Still tired. Great.
Kid, you lift your hand, and panic dropped to the from the ceiling with near silent precision, landing in a low crouch beside Cain's bed like a shadow folding into shape. The movement was fluid, elegant, predatory, and the soft thump of his boots touched the floor, followed by the slow rising of his frame. Then the laugh. Low, velvety, cruel. The kind that crawled under Cain's skin and made his instincts flare. Thrall, you should have seen your face. Absolutely terrified. He dragged the paper fan across his shoulder with a lazy flourish, pacing a small half circle around Cain's bed. Demons feed on negative emotions, you know. All flavors. A finger traced lazily through the air as he listed them off: fear, guilt, despair, shame, self loathing. There was a pause and a smile sharp enough to cut glass. And you, Cain. You're a feast. Panic leaned in, eyes glowing with unholy delight, as he smacked Cain's head with the fan. Nightmare.
Uh,
Ow, dude.
he like rubs his temple. He's looking towards Panics and just like, I'm glad that I can be a feast, as you say.
Nah, bite that dude.
I'm really tired. Is this going somewhere?
First of all, I don't recall axing, so we're gonna start there. Working with you has been the most exhilarating experience of my life. You're just so depressed. He inhaled deeply, as if savoring the scent. It's delicious. Cain could feel the weight of those words like chains tightening around his ribs. Panic reclined back onto his heels, tapping the fan against his palm in a playful rhythm. Now listen closely, because I'm only gonna say this once. He pointed the fan at Cain's chest. Now that Dr. Loonvale has entrusted me with the responsibility of whipping you into shape, your nights belong to me. He snapped the fan open with a flick. Vampires don't need sleep, so don't give me any lip about being tired. I have goals, Thrall. Ambitions. Third year is going to bring problems I need to be stronger for, and to grow stronger I require power, which means I need a viable candidate to contract with. He stepped closer to Cain's bedside until the shadows swallowed half his face. So, for the next few nights, we hunt. He bowed mockingly, like a twisted gentleman offering a dance. Get dressed, Thrall. Our prey won't wait forever. It's okay. Panic does not seem to be axing. When it comes to demons, misery loves company. So, for the next few nights, sorry, your refusal to listen to the advice thus far has resulted in quite the predicament. How do you plan to approach the situation?
Um, Cain knows that Panic is extremely fast and can pack quite a brutal hit. So as much as he wants to retaliate, he's also exhausted for not sleeping regularly. So as much as he wants to retaliate in this moment, he knows better not to. Um, and so in in soft compliance, Cain looks towards Panic, kind of rubbing his eyes. So we're haunting people. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm going to need you to fix your attitude.
he's
I'm
he's
asking
tired. He's tired.
I'm asking for clarification.
I'm going to need more enthusiasm, or I'm going to crack my foot over your neck. Show me your best enthusiasm, Thrall.
Let's on.
Let's go!
Oh come on,
Yay!
Fan
please let us
smack.
go, bud.
You get smacked with the fan. More!
Let's go hunt, Panic! I'm so excited.
I care very little for the misery that lies beneath. Another fan smack. More!
I think in this moment, Kane actually like springs up, is putting on like his darkest clothes on to blend in with the night. Panic, you're wasting time. Let's go.
Mm. Yes, yes, this energy can work for me. If at any point I feel as if the vibes are anything less than immaculate, I'm knocking you out.
Okay.
In a in a similar um enthusiastic fashion, Panic, I kind of want to have fun too. Could we possibly maybe do double the hunting and maybe look for a vessel?
So, Panic is going to extend his hand, grab you by the neck,
Okay.
and say, "You dare ask for payment when you have yet to fulfill your role? How entitled of you."
Smack.
Smack. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to ask.
Mm.
As he's like opening the door.
Mm. The mice do not eat unless the snake is fed. Come along now. Onward!
Onward.
Meanwhile, Tim closed the door to his dormitory to finally let out a breath he'd been holding since the play. He scanned the room that he hasn't seen in weeks. Messy, familiar, soon to be empty. He told everyone he was packing tonight to prepare to move into the family dorm with Chacha tomorrow morning. However, he was now not packing to gather items to go meet with his group in the Magitecher lab just down the hall. Then it hit him like a brick. Tomorrow morning, Roman was planning to break into Salem's room, and Tim had promised to go with him, which meant that as of now, he had double booked himself. A fresh wave of panic crawled up his spine. How the hell was he supposed to be in two places at once? How was he going to explain this to Cha Cha and Titan, or to Stein and Roman? Mostly Roman. Stein doesn't really have anything to do with Roman, but you know. Tim buried his face in his hands. He was so screwed. So, Tim, how would you like to approach either rectifying the situation or just packing for tonight?
I would like to pull out my phone and call Cha Cha to let her know the new plan that I've come up with.
Okay, so you take out your phone, you call Cha Cha. On the first ring, she picks up. Like
Mm.
you press the green button and it basically like direct to ear.
Hey, baby. Hey, Big Daddy. You're in your room, right?
Mm-hmm.
You packing up?
About that.
Tim, at this moment, can I get a con roll?
Oh,
You could feel Titan fighting back.
I fucking hate this guy, man.
Con roll, bro. You're about to make a lot of people upset, man.
Nice. Well, I guess I'm packing tonight, guys.
Yo, you're standing Roman up, bro. He
I still-
dyed his he dyed his hair, bro.
So, Tim, you have this phone to your ear, and then you feel yourself freeze, and suddenly you are in your mind's projection. And your mental Tim is physically fighting for power over mental Titan. Y'all are like in like, you know, the little sumo wrestle kind of pose type deal where you're like pushing and pulling. And Titan is channeling every last ounce of his fucking like being, and he's like, "We promised Cha Cha that we're gonna pack up. The last
You promised Cha Cha that we were gonna back up.
You promised her that you were going to take her to the room, and you took her to the science lab. The least we can do is this."
Do that. Guilty as charged. Oh, god damn it.
You might want to try to
Mhm.
use your charisma shit and
Titan?
try to explain yourself.
Yeah. So you could see that Titan is gaining control, and he's really irritated, and he's just like, "I'm sick and tired. Like, you can do whatever the fuck that you want, but don't mess with the things that I like."
I see Roman soon, so I could just taunt it because I don't think I'm gonna win this battle with Titan yet.
Mm.
I'm just trying to see how this is gonna play out.
Mm.
I have no idea what I'm doing day two, but I can probably just fit in the Roman thing on day two, especially because we're seeing each other tonight.
Mm. If you're seeing him tonight, because Titan's taking control. So,
Would midnight be a different sequence?
no, it's replacing the sequence of packing, but if you go forth with packing, you're not going to be working with your group.
Okay, well, I guess I am doing my fucking charm. God damn it. Let me see how I want to explain this. Look, I'm trying to do things that are in both best interests. Tomorrow, don't we have that midnight ball thing? Wouldn't it be better if we saved our energy for that and not about staying up all night packing and then moving in tomorrow to be tired thing?
You could see that at this moment, Titan is not only piloting the body, but he seems to have the ability to pilot the body and talk to you at the same time. He seems really, really irritated, and he's just like, you don't make, you don't have conversations. You just assume that we're going to act the way that you want us to. You could have easily rescheduled to a different day with Roman, but instead you decided to slight me, and that's what I can't tolerate.
I think I'm winning this battle. It's an uphill battle with this guy. Um, God damn it. I don't even know what to do with this. I don't know how to convince him otherwise. I don't think there's anything I can say that's gonna change his mind.
I'd say the only person you could potentially consult in this moment is Stein.
He does like Roman. Maybe he can. Maybe, I feel like he might try to offer a lending hand here. He could be the tiebreaker here.
Mm.
Am I so he's piloting the body right now. So am I?
Yeah,
I'm in my right now.
you are in your head.
Um, uh, I guess my next. I guess one thing I could do, as you said, is I could look to Stein with like a with like a worried face.
Mm.
Um, because I know just as much as me. Because this is homework time now that we're cutting into. I know in the
Mm.
morning is is cha cha stuff, but right now we're trying to do homework, and I'm sure he wants to complete that too because we have this time to finish math.
Mm.
Um, I guess I look at him like any you want to help out here?
All right, so Stein is like watching it because it transitioned from a tussle to Titan controlling the body to now Titan's voice kind of echoing in the head as he's doing what he had promised Cha Cha he would do. And Stein is going to say, so Tim, in an ideal scenario, what do you see being the most successful in this situation? What do you see as the best result?
Damn it. Um, what do we? Okay, so tomorrow we're in the morning is supposed to be packing the cha-cha, and then the afternoon is that the elemental manipulation stuff?
Mm.
I'm trying to
Yes.
plan out. I hate this so much. I don't
Mm.
know what to do. Uh, Good idea. Thinking of three personalities for this character, buddy.
Mm.
Because I really want to put home. It's not even about Roman at this point anymore. It's packing time.
Mm.
Uh, for doing enchantments and charms and math homework stuff, which are my two best classes.
Mm. Okay.
Uh,
So Stein is going to say, I understand that Titan has a passion for Cha Cha. You have a passion for Salem. And ideally, I want us to get to a point where we're working in tandem for both of those goals. And along the way, we're also doing our schoolwork and, working towards just being a capable student. I think what we're trying to express here is while we are able to view what you do when you are navigating through the body, there is never a time where you come to us and discuss how we can divvy up the plan so that we are all happy with the results.
thing is, that's not even. I just don't know what to do.
Mhm. In an ideal scenario, we would complete the process of packing the room, and as soon as we complete that process, Titan will take a back seat for 75% of the day. So your goals can be fulfilled through 75% of the day where Titan is not tending to Cha Cha. In most cases, Cha Cha only requires his company at night. This is a rare scenario where she also requires his services in the morning, and it's to transition rooms. And theoretically, that plan did come to fruition before you made plans with Roman. And as much as I value, just value Roman, it should have been a conversation with Titan. We're all essentially just roommates in your head, and the communication needs to be clear if we want to move forward.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Um, I guess we'll tell Roman we gotta reschedule.
Mm. So Titan is pretty upset. Um, if we are kind, we can maybe convince him to text Roman so that Roman could fill in for us. Um, because our role was essentially to get Roman there. Roman's going to be there. If we can get Titan to send a text letting Roman know that he needs to cover for us, I don't doubt that Roman would do an exceptional job in that for us. But I think the focus of tonight should be coming up with a system that works for us. Else we'll run into more complications like this.
Uh,
Provide us with some insight on what's going on in your mind, your human mind.
It's there's only one person, but there's three minds, and we're all trying to split. And I'm not saying that I'm obviously not doing a good job of splitting up the body between us three, but it's so hard because like Tim already has so much he wants to do during, and it's like now he has to figure out to create these other two, and Stein isn't wrong at all in what he's saying. It feels like because Tim has so much to do, he feels like he has to split up something that he could have done in one day into like two or even three, and then sometimes it almost feels uh, like conflictions between what we want to do to begin with,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously, like I said, it's Tim's doing. He's been taking so long to do certain things. Like for example, tonight I don't think he's gonna be able to do his math assignment. He's gotten so far. He's just one last thing. Um, but like I said, Stein isn't wrong, so he feels like he can give the packing. Um, so it's just very hard to manage time. You already had trouble doing that to begin with, and now he has to do it between three people.
Mm. All right. So it sounds like sooner rather than later, you may need to address the questions that Roman has provided you while you're currently trapped in your head with nothing but your thoughts and your personality. With hopefully the intention of getting to a place where you could get Titan to send that text to Roman.
That seems like the only step forward, not even the next step.
Mm. Well, rest assured, Stein will be there to help you every step of the way, and not just because he believes in Roman's process. So, while Tim is figuring out how to talk to himself, we are going to transition. Let me just do this group download JPEG. Something that many of you have been curious about. Hungry like the wolves. Now, Bentley. No, it's actually Tim. Tim, will you do the honors of reading the caption?
Oh, because Havoc got it.
Mm.
Havoc's a part werewolf. He's a was it wolfware?
Mm.
Mm. We shouldn't have been out this late, but the wolves made it feel right.
Mm. Bentley arrived at the ferality pen barely blinking, exhaustion clinging to him like a second skin. 2 levels deep and creeping toward a third, his vision buzzed faintly at the edges, but the moment he crossed into the moonlight clearing, something ancient inside him stirred awake. The ferality pen was beautiful tonight. The moon poured silver light across the enclosure, and Bentley's senses flared open as if a lock had been snapped. He could smell dew, fur, soil, adrenaline. He could feel the rhythm of the night like a pulse under his skin. It was fulfilling, dangerously so. If not for the feral grounding, he might have collapsed on the spot. At the pen's entrance, Zeke, his alpha, stepped forward with a grin, sharp as wolf teeth. Look at you! Glad you made it, Bentley. He dapped Bentley up with effortless warmth, the gesture sending a grounding jolt through Bentley's tired body. Bentley, fortunately for now, the echoes of your dap from earlier will cover you. A moment later, Vex strolled in, cool, confident, predatory grace in every step. She dapped up Zeke and Bentley in quick succession, double dap, feeling the echoes of the result of Bentley's previous role. Gods, it's nice not being the only lycan student anymore. She stretched, cracking her neck. They didn't do meetings like this back when I was a freshman, so I'm hyped. What do you think is gonna go down tonight? Her eyes glittered with anticipation.
I had no idea. I thought maybe like hunting. I don't know if it like just supposed to transform. I don't know if I'm meditating. It could literally be anything.
From the far side of the pen, four figures emerged through the moonlight. Taz, with his massive shoulders wide as doorways, Dustmore quietly commanding beside him, Gallows trailing behind, expression unreadable, and Havoc, heavy paw steps shaking the ground with each step. Taz stopped before the three students, eyes scanning them one by one. When his gaze landed on Bentley, he paused. A snort, a crooked grin, and a tilt of head with a mixture of half amusement, half concern. Boy, you look like shit.
I know.
And then he raised his hand. Bentley, no moment in your life is greater than this single act. The strongest, most prestigious alpha on campus was fixing to dap up the weakest liking on campus, who was barely holding it together by a thread. Please pray to the gods, the heavens, and the stars above you as you provide me with your charisma roll for this dap up.
You're killing me.
Yeah, man.
All right. Let me go and take a look as to what I can do. I'd like to use words of influence, rare words, shifting negotiations for my dap up. Let me see. This is it's under lexicon of power, knowledge of rare words that can tilt negotiations or spell rolls. This is supposed to be for bartering, selling, and trading checks.
Are you bartering, selling, or trading in this moment? Y'all ain't ready for me to ask for them definitions.
Okay, let me see if I got one more. I think I've used everything else. Yeah, we're just doing this. Do I still get the advantage if I'm not using the skill?
I think you need to be using a literature skill to be able to have it.
I figure. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay. Where was I? Taz extended his hand with the slow, monstrous confidence only an apex predator can pull off. Bentley reaches out, exhausted, trembling slightly, but pushing through. Their hands meet. It's not perfect, it's not smooth, but it's solid. Taz's eyebrows lift, pleasantly surprised. Huh. A grin crawled across his face. Look at you. Didn't think you had it in you. Are you sure you're a beta? He gives Bentley's hand one firm squeeze, just enough to acknowledge him, not enough to crush him, and nods once with approval. Zeke claps Bentley on the back, proud, and Vex mutters, "Okay, pup, okay," impressed. And for the first time tonight, Bentley feels like he actually belongs. You don't want to know what happens in the failure.
I was gonna just leave. I was just gonna leave. I'm not gonna lie. I can't handle this.
Taz rose to his full height, rolling his shoulders as the moonlight carved harsh regal lines across him. When he spoke, his voice carried easily through the pen, deep and grounded, and unexpectedly warm for someone built like a tank. I want you all to know I feel honored that some of the puppies on campus actually felt comfortable enough to come and ask me for advice. Let me keep it simple, yeah? Lycanthropy isn't nearly as complicated as others make it out to be. He tapped his chest. We care, deeply, stupidly, instinctively, about the people we bond with. Now, we call that a pack, sure, but even outside of the people you'd put into your little semicircle, that instinct doesn't disappear. That sense of ownership, compassion, responsibility, that's in our blood. If we grow close to someone, a friend, rival, whoever, it kicks in. Understanding yourselves starts with understanding what drives you. And for most of us, he shrugged with absolute certainty, it's the urge to protect the ones we call family, the people we'd bleed for, the person who triggers those instincts in us without even trying. He stopped pacing. So I went ahead and asked around, canvassed members of the community to figure out which classmates of yours provoked those kind of instincts. Bentley, of all the individuals you've come to love, how does Taz's message impact your perception of yourself, and who do you feel provokes your instincts the easiest?
What he is saying is reassuring because he's felt a very strong magnetic draw to a lot of the people he spends time with, even to the point where he felt it was strange coming in from his human lifestyle because he's always had attachment issues, but this has been to a different severity. So that's nice. A lot of people have been just equating the lycanthropy to like strength and power and dominance, but that's kind of a different facet that he feels like he aligns with more. In terms of who flares the instinct, right now he would say Ezra. Right now, that's just who he's been spending the most intimate time with, and he's already come to terms with the fact that Kai has the jumping gene in him after he saw what happened with Ava. He's still kind of acclimating to the fact that Ezra got that dog in him too. So right now he sees them a little more as equals, but with the integration exam, he knows that Ezra can carry their own. It's Ezra. He's worried about them.
The pen went quiet, ears twitching, spine stiffening, and for that reason, a few people will be joining us tonight. Three silhouettes emerged beneath the moonlight branches. Marcy, with her arms crossed, a confident smirk. Zeke seemed very much surprised, but smiled brightly, clearly flattered that she would consider participating, considering she always says that his pack stuff is stupid. A similar sense of surprise crossed Vex's face as Elian made an appearance. He had a soft smile and gentle posture. She had more questions than answers regarding this one. And then there was Ezra, Bentley's primary partner, hovering nervously at the edge of the pen. He scanned the group of towering feral lycans with clear unease. In Zeke's pack, hierarchy mattered, and Ezra sat even lower than Bentley, placing him at the very bottom tonight. It was a perilously small place to stand among creatures who could smell fear like blood. So Bentley, how does seeing the lineup of individuals that support you and your species impact you?
He's very moved. He's really excited. Um, he doesn't necessarily like run with Marcy, but Marcy's a part of his pack, and his pack has been really good to him. So you kind of have that proxy affection and attachment because you just associate them with all of the positivity in those environments. And then you see Ezra, and then Elian is he's your RA for your house, and he's been really nice. Even though Taz, Dustmore, and Gallows, you kind of had him come in Pillar Man style. They've also been really good to you. So it's just you're nervous, but it's also kind of that thrum of excitement.
And so, Dustmore stepped forward, his presence steadying the entire pin with a calm authority that contrasted sharply with the wild energy buzzing under everyone's skin. I know you guys. Oh, sorry, that's not his one. I know you guys have started your little packs, but you forgot to implement the most important function: communication. He turned towards a nearby tree, retrieving a small stack of hand carved drums. Music holds a deep significance in the lycan culture we've descended from. Since you all seem to struggle with making time for yourselves, you're going to do just that. Get in touch with your inner self, let the ferality flow while you speak with your loved ones. Don't worry about what happens next. That's why Gallows and Havoc are here, to keep us from killing each other. He joked, before handing Taz a drum and positioning his own. Taz lifted his drum, rolling his massive shoulders as the moonlight rippled across him. He's so fun. With a low growl of anticipation, he sounded off the ritual. 3 solid strikes, deep and resonant, echoing through the pen like the heartbeat of something ancient. One by one, the others followed. The rhythm built slowly, layering into something raw, primal, a heavy Viking inspired pulse that throbbed like boots stomping frozen earth. It was the kind of music meant for battlefields and bonfires, for calling ancestors and waking buried instincts. It vibrated through the ribs, up the spine, and into the jaw. Bentley struggled to stay anchored in the moment. The world around him blurred at the edges. Drums breathe, drums, breath, heartbeat, moonlight, all folding together. The exhaustion didn't help, nor did the sudden, quiet presence at his side. Bentley, can I get a con roll?
Yeah. Uh, Let me look. Da, 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 da.
Okay. Apparently today's just Bentley's day. Ezra Ezra stepped forward. They moved carefully, almost timidly, slipping into Bentley's space like they were afraid of drawing anyone's attention. When he leaned in, his voice came out in that soft, tremulous whisper he only used when he meant the words for Bentley alone. Um, I'm a little bit confused about this practice, but the professor said that it would be good for us, so I wanted to try for you. He placed one hand gently on Bentley's shoulder, the other slipping around his waist in a motion that was hesitant but full of earnest intent. His body was warm and grounding. Then, even more quietly, almost lost under the pounding ritual rhythm, Ezra asked, "How can I help you?" The question vibrated through Bentley more powerful than the drums.
He is getting lost in all of the different sensations that are being fed to him, and it was already very overwhelming stepping into the ferality pin. It's his first time being in there. It's got a lot of natural scents and sounds that he just hasn't been in since he's really come to Solstice. And now with the overlay of music and then his favorite person being there, he is struggling to kind of ground himself in this environment. So he's pulling Ezra closer and it's like, whoa, chill, chill. I'm gonna need you to stop. Don't send me the Joji gifts. Don't do that to me. He's gonna pull Ezra closer and be like, I really just need you to hold me right now. Hold me up, hold me down, hold me steady. If you're right in front of me, I'm gonna be okay.
Bentley surrendered to the night, the drums pounding through his bones. Exhaustion melted into instinct as he moved with the pack, howling, breathing, living as one. And for the first time, the full moon didn't frighten him. It welcomed him home. Which brings us to the end of the campaign. Classmates. As the echoes of the integration exam settle, Solstice grows still. Misty, between the scent of predator scales, the honeyed pull of her instincts, and the quiet unraveling of her heart, she is learning the truth of her nature. She's not fragile, she's not ornamental, she is a creature of instinct and hunger, capable of connection deeper than words. As she chooses who to let near her throat, she must ask, are you seeking closeness or claiming what you believe is yours?
Um, mm, I think she, um, I think she has enough closeness. Like I feel like she's close with a lot of people now. Um, and now she's probably getting to this point where she wants to claim someone. She just, she just don't know who. Well, yeah, we're gonna say she don't know who.
Now, Cain, the demonic hunger inside him grows louder every day, no longer something he can outrun or mask with prayer. Panic's presence tears at the seams of his humanity, revealing a truth Cain has tried desperately to deny. The darkness in him isn't an infection, it's an inheritance. If he is both angel's mercy and demon's wrath, which part of him will he choose to nurture?
Um, Cain, um, he is trying to see the bright side of this panic thing, but it is kind of forcing him down a path. But even with all the panic things happening and having gone to church, neither of those things in this moment solve his actual issue, which is the vassal. Um, so although he's gonna be a good thrall to panic, and he's still gonna try to be uh a good boyfriend and be there for Nina, the this vassalship has to happen in the next 2 days. He needs to have a vassal for year two, and um, he just hopes he's able to do that while in these situations.
Tim, the sparring token glints in your palm, but the true battle lies within. Titan, Stein, Roman, Cha Cha, Salem. Every version of his life pulls him in a different direction. Reconciling himself with his personalities means confronting the parts of him he avoids. And the love he still carries for Salem means confronting the pain of her absence. When the time comes to face his truth, will he fight to keep all the pieces, or let himself break in order to finally rebuild?
Tim really wants to coincide with these two because uh he feels like it's not just him, his body, and they're here with all of their bodies, and so he wants to do right by everybody, but it just feels so incredibly hard, especially because it feels like we all want different things. Like for example, Cha Cha wants us to stop hanging out with Roman as much as we have been. And so it's like with that, it's like we're losing, my best friend, the person that's, been there for me since, we started going to the school here, as well as, obviously this is a whole Stein's whole different story arc. And then who's to say that one, even if I do manage to bring Salem back somehow, that Cha Cha won't put a stop to that too. Um, and so it just feels like I want to do what's best for all of us, but it feels like we all have like different paths.
And finally, Bentley, under the full moon and the weight of his pack, Bentley finally touched the heart of his lycan identity. For the first time, he wasn't running from the ferality inside of him, he was answering it. Belonging, instinct, and a bond all stirred awake in him. But now, he tasted what it means to be seen as a wolf rather than a boy. How long before he lets himself fully become it?
Um, I think he's going to make that transition soon. There are more and more situations that just require him to be more mature and aware of himself and honing his abilities than not.
So, thank you for wandering these halls with us. Your presence, your choices, and your quiet moments shape the story as deeply as the dice and the moonlit silence between scenes. From our table to yours, good night. Until next time. Wait. Don't go yet. I forgot. Let me just uh,
Are we waiting?
hold on. Here we go. Okay. And we're going. And we're gone.